Well, all right, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of having Demetrius here with me. Come on over.
Hey. Hello, everybody.
And if you saw the thumbnail, today Demetrius is going to put me through a lesson since we kind of got a beginner or lower skill level type of lesson yesterday. So now we're going to bump it up a little bit to a little bit more of an intermediate lesson. And this is also based on some of the stuff that he was able to observe from the way we played yesterday. And then he's also seen some recordings that I've done for him throughout the years. So after that, I think we're pretty much going to stick to the same type of program. We are going to still try some Scotch doubles straight pull. I think we'll still do some individual straight pull attempts. We'll have another Q&A session, and then, I don't know, we might end up with another race in 10 ball, or maybe we'll actually play some straight pull, like actual straight pull against each other.
And it should be fun. You say intermediate. Of course, there's going to be stuff for players of all levels. But I'm going to be showing, I'll be working on some things that I consider advanced. And my idea of advanced is advanced. So regardless of your skill level, not everybody's going to get everything out of it. There's going to be some players that aren't able to grasp some of the things that I'm talking about. There's also going to be some advanced players that some of the stuff I'll talk about might be review. So not everybody's going to get everything, but everybody's going to get something, and it should be fun. So.
All right, cool. So, without further ado, Demetrius, take the floor. What do you want me to do?
Oh, so we're kicking off. Okay, so one of the things, we've got a few things I wanted to talk about today. So I think what I wanted to talk about first was angle selection.
Okay.
So I've watched you play a lot, and so it's, and this is not a you thing, and you've actually gotten better at it. It's not a you thing, it's an everybody thing. So in general, I'm trying to think of how much I want to fill people in, or just start with you. This is going to be more advanced. So if again, I'm not going to start at the beginning here. I'm just going to assume a working knowledge of tangent lines and different things. I use this shot as an example, where if we want to play our cue ball off the end rail, I like to say when you're thick on the ball, if you wanted to try to get to the middle of the table, if you're thick on the ball, you kind of have to stun the ball out. But if you're thin on the ball, you can kind of roll with a twist of outside. The idea being, this is really quick review. If I use I've talked about this a little bit before with others, but if I looked at this cue ball position here versus this cue ball position here, from here, if I use a rolling ball, my cue ball's so full it's going to be following to the side rail. And even if I put outside check on it, it's still going to be following to the side rail. So the only way to kind of get it down the tangent line is to slide the ball. But the slide requires a certain amount of cue speed, but I'm allowed to use that cue speed because I'm very thick on the ball. And so I can comfortably slide my ball without losing my cue ball. However, when I'm thin on the ball, and when I was doing that lesson with Carly yesterday, the stun shots really only work when you're thick, because the speed requirement, all stun shots have a minimum speed requirement to keep the ball sliding, and it's at this thin of an angle, I'm going to lose my cue ball entirely. However, as you get thinner on the ball, the cue ball's not going to roll through the tangent line as much. So if I used a center ball roll, it might only drift towards my tip here. So if I wanted to get to the middle of the table, I could do that by hitting a twist of outside English, and just, actually I overspun it, but I could roll the ball. So I like to this is my general review, is thick stun, thin roll. And then if you're trying to kind of move down the tangent line. And then the interesting part is when does it break? When does it change? And we can get into that, whatever. But my big thing is, if you want to hold the ball, this is a good angle to hold the ball. You want to be thick, 3/4 full or full to hold. But if you want to move the ball, you really want to be thinner than that, because it's a lot easier to control your cue ball thin with a roll than it is thick with a stun.
Correct.
So, because that's the case, there's a very specific run that has come up that I think is very instructive. So I'm going to pick out 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that enough? Yeah.
Everybody in the chat, if you do me a favor and just put a thumbs up in the chat or something if you can hear us okay.
This is going to be fun. All right. So this is an interesting. Suppose you had ball on hand with 4 balls here, and you had to run these out in order. We're playing 9 ball. The question I like to ask my students is, what is the positional zone we need to hit on the 7 to run these balls out? So,
for me, I'm looking at first, there's the straight in shot, and I don't want to be anywhere near this line, nor do I want to be on this side because I can see I'm possibly going to run into the 9 ball.
Yes.
I can try to beat it, but that means the closer I get to this corner pocket, when I spin out of it, I end up coming towards this side pocket. So ideally, even if I hit here or here, I'd still have to really really hit the ball just to hit one of these rails for a possibility to come back out over here. So knowing that, I don't like getting on this side. I want to be somewhere on this side. Pretty much, if I can just land anywhere between, let's say,
so here's what I'd like
here
to do.
and here.
Just because we don't have, let's take 2 stripes. Show me, obviously you don't want to be on the rail. So
Right.
show me like the lowest and the highest borders of the positional zone. And the furthest, like how close to the side rail, like when do you like it? What's the longest and thinnest? What's the fullest and thinnest, longest and fullest?
Optimally, I'm okay with something like this because
Okay.
this turns, I think, into a natural 2-railer.
Okay.
And then I think,
If you come up on time, like when would you feel like you're still okay versus when you went too far? What's the time?
if I go too far, that would be anything straight.
Okay, so then move the 10 until you feel like it's the top of the positional zone.
Probably right around here.
Okay, I'm really, really happy right now. So here you still have an angle. Now this is actually what I kind of talked about, and I realized not everybody was able. Maybe I skimmed over it too quick. From here, would you roll it or stun it?
I would most likely roll it with outside spin to make sure
From
that
here,
it gets
would you
somewhere
roll
over
it or
here.
stun it?
I would probably stun it.
So once again, what I just said a minute ago on that shot down the rail was when you're thick, you stun. When you're thin, you're spinning or rolling with spin.
Mm-hmm.
Same story here. It's the same again and again and again and again. Here you're thick, so you'd have to stun the ball. So from here, if you try to roll a ball, you're too full, you're going to the tangent line too much, so you have to stun the ball to get it to keep going down the tangent line up to the 8. But from here, because you're thin, it's not going to sink through the tangent line, it's going to glance off it, and you can roll it softly using outside spin to bring you up table. So I want everyone to know that thick, stun, thin spin comes up again and again and again and again and again. Of course, here we're talking about when we want to travel down the tangent line. If you want to go follow the 7 in the corner or something, that's different. But I want to talk about these 2 spots.
Okay.
Like, what we're going to do is put a dot here. Now, I want everyone to know Chris is an amazing player. So, I've trained advanced players. I can train with anybody, but I like training advanced players. What I wanted to talk about is the difference between these 2 positional zones. So, you said you have a tin of spots. Can you grab the tin of spots, please?
The what?
Some spots to mark the cue ball. Like, I suppose I could use. Do you have like extra spots, like that you put on the table or no? Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, well, all I have are clear spots.
That's not what I was saying. Okay, I'm sorry, that's fine. I just want something to be able to mark where the cue balls are ending up on a series of shots. I guess I can use these. That's
Okay.
okay. So, what I want to do next is talk about positional zone on the 8 ball. So let's do the same thing. We're going to try to define optimal, and so again, I'm going to introduce some vocabulary that I use with my students. I use 3 terms. Instead of talking about percentages, which gets a little overwhelming, 80%, 100%, 90%, 50%, I use 3 terms. Sidewalks, balance beams, and tightropes. Sidewalks are easy. You can walk down a sidewalk. Balance beams are a little bit more challenging to cross. Not that bad, but a little testy. And then tightropes, good luck. You might. So that could be, I just want to explain this to people watching. So suppose we're talking about a shot. If I have to pocket the 8 ball, this is a sidewalk. I'm 95%. For me, sidewalks are 95% or higher. Balance beams are 75%. So if I get here, I'm probably going to make this 8 ball, but once in a while I'm going to miss this one. And then from here, this is like a tightrope where I have a decent chance to make the 8 ball, but I'm probably closer to 50. The same is true with positional plays. If I needed to get shape from the 8 to the 9, and that's what we're about to look at. If I'm here, I feel like this is sidewalk for me to go high inside 2 rails to come down for the 9. So this is like I'm like 95%. if I get a little bit thinner, closer to the rail, like this might be, this might be 75%. Sometimes I might hit the 9 or scratch or come off the rail too far. Like this is a little balance beating. And then if I were to get straight on near the rail, like this is kind of tightrope. Like I can make the 8, but it's very hard for me to get shape of the 9. So what I want to do is construct the sidewalk zone for the 8 ball.
Okay.
So take these 2 stripes and tell me what the borders of the sidewalk zone are.
I think this is probably the top of the sidewalk.
Okay.
At the moment, I don't necessarily think I want to come anywhere near here, even though I might be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
stun or do whatever, but anything below that. And then I think probably right around here is when it starts
You
coming
know
into
what?
a balance.
100% agree with you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark these, and I also like that you're off the rail a little bit. This isn't perfect as far as like, I'm not drawing boxes on the table, but I'd like to kind of have a general bound. I would say that if you got here, let's see. Yeah, I would consider this sidewalk. You have a very makeable shot with a good angle. And if you got here, this is ideal. And you're right, any more thick than this, it gets a little balance beating, and it gets a little balance beating. And closer to the rail, again, it can get a little balance beating because closer to the rail means A, it's harder to make an accurate strike, and B, it limits your ability to use side spin, which is really important to be able to, twist the ball here and there with little bits of spin. So you might be able to be a hair closer to the rail and still call it, maybe we'll give you an extra inch here, because I think on this shot it might matter. So let's say that this is kind of like anything from here to here towards the 8 is kind of our sidewalk zone. And then our balance beam zone, what do you think, Chris? I'll let you set up the balance beam zone.
Balance beam zone is going to be.
I don't want to come below the 8 ball. I don't want to, we can stay away from that because if we end up down here, we got very, very fortunate to dodge straight in, dodge the scratch. I feel like, yeah.
So. Okay, so let me come closer to the rail.
Yep.
The shot's makeable from there for me, but still transitioning.
Okay, so that's balance beam there, and then
Tightrope starts to get.
we'll just define anything outside the balance beam will be tightrope.
I think right about there.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Anything after that starts to get really the cut gets too thin and
So
difficult
if
to
we're
control.
above the sidewalk zone, this is kind of balance beam right here, or closer to the rail. I mean, and I'll use some judgment on this one. I'm not gonna make it like normally I could draw boxes, but we'll just and then again a little bit on the other side too. I think you can get down to here, and I still think this is kind of balance beam. Like you're off the rail, you have a little angle.
I have to punch it though.
You have to punch it, so it's like a little balance beam from like here. And then any straighter than that, we're just gonna call this tightrope down here. So here's what we're going to do to have some fun. This is where Pinocchio becomes a real boy. I am going to have you shoot from this. Now, this was the top of your positional zone. Now, I know it's not what you said you wanted, but when you created the zone, this is what you said the top of the positional zone was.
Yep.
So what we're going to have you do is shoot 10 times from, is that too many? Let's do, that's maybe it's unnecessary. Let's do 8. I'm going to have you shoot 8 times from here, trying to get shape on the 8 for that corner. And what we're going to do is, every time you hit a sidewalk zone, we're going to give you 1 point, because it's like you win the game.
Right.
Every time you hit a balance beam zone, we're going to give you 0.75, because you're usually going to win. And every time you hit a tightrope, if you hit a tightrope up here or down here, it's going to be, or out in the middle of the table, it's going to be 0.5. Because you're going to win half the time, either sometimes making a bank of the 9, sometimes making a recovery shot, sometimes playing it safe and winning the game. So tightropes pay you half. What pays you 0 is scratching up here or missing the 6, trying to do something.
Sure.
So that's how I want to score. So I'm going to keep score 10 shots. I'm sorry, 8 shots. 8 shots. Yeah.
That's a tightrope.
Tightrope, so that's 0.5. Okay.
Take a ball. Balance beam.
Yeah, that's balance beam. I got 3 balls in my hand for some reason. I'm gonna drop this. I'm a little excited, man.
That's the route that I want to take because I am trying to get this rail. Oh, that's tightrope. So same thing, but now more spin. That's kind of balance beamy. Not necessarily in my sidewalk zone.
Yeah, that's definitely a balance beam.
Yep. Balance beam.
Ooh, hang on. Let me see this. Let me just look at it. It's right outside the balance beam angle, and I think that this is. I think that's tightrope because it's a hard cut and it's hard to control your speed. I'm gonna call that tightrope. And I'm not trying to root against you. That's how I feel. Trust me, I'm gonna be fair.
That should be a sidewalk. Oh, never mind.
This one, again, to be fair, I think this one is very close to a sidewalk. Let me just think about this how I feel. If I got here, like the way I look at a sidewalk is if I land somewhere, I'm like, oh, I win. That's how I feel. If I landed here, I'm like, oh, I win. So do I feel that way if I landed here? I think so. I'll give you a sidewalk on that one. Good. One more.
Except I'm on the rail.
This got a little bit. At best, this is a balance beam. Let me look at it. Yeah, it's a balance beam. I mean, with a touch of check and a thin hit on that 8, you could probably creep up past that side pocket and cut the 9. But it's not. It's definitely not a sidewalk. But I don't know that it's a tightrope. Well, you went inside. What a hit. What a hit. Okay, great shooting. So now, what we ended up with, by the way, for those that aren't keeping score at home, is 4 tight ropes, 3 balance beams, and 1 sidewalk. So and that was the one where it was like barely a sidewalk, which means half the time we ended up with a potentially game-losing situation. So 4 balance beams or 4 tight ropes is 2, 3 balance beams is 2.25, so we're up to 4.25. Sidewalk 5.25 out of 8, 5.25. Okay. Now let me just look at this and see how I feel about this. This was the edge of your zone. I'm not quite sure. I think that my zone would be just, I'm going to wiggle it just a hair thinner like that. This is, I think, the edge of the zone. So let's try it 8 times from there.
Okay.
I'll put the equal back up there just for a reference again. Sidewalk?
Yeah.
It's a little balance beam.
A little bit. I'm in the sidewalk zone, but
That's a balance beam. You're a little thin. A little thin balance beam. a little tight-ropey, I think. Let me look at the angle. Yeah, it's definitely tight-rope. That's again a little tight-ropey. Sidewalk. One more. And that is a sidewalk as well. Okay, so we got 4 sidewalks, 2 balance beams, 2 tight ropes. It's 1 plus 4 plus 1.5, so 5, 6.5. 6.5 out of 8 instead of 5.25. Now, my opinion, I might shoot a bash myself and then have you do it again. Because what I think is, speed and direction. When we're talking about cue ball, we're talking about 2 things, speed and direction. If you have perfect direction and you can hit perfectly, then it gives you, your speed could be a little off and you're still okay. But if your speed is good, it gives you more margin on your direction. So in other words, if you come off the rail 4 to 6 inches, if you hit here and you come off the rail 4 to 6 inches, you're still okay. And if you hit here and you come off the rail 4 to 6 inches, you're still kind of okay. So it gives you over a diamond. But if you come off the rail a foot, from here, it starts getting a little bit thin. And from here, it starts getting a little bit thick. So if you're coming off the rail a full foot, your target has to be like, you have like a 3-inch target. So my opinion is, even with a good angle, which this is a better angle to move the cue ball as we've seen, the speed is really critical to make that target go from here to here. I didn't quite love the speed you were hitting them at because they were coming hot off the second rail a lot. And I feel that what was happening is, I don't think you were using enough outside because...
That's what I started noticing. So, when I started getting more outside, I started landing closer to the sidewalk zone.
And when you hit with outside, if you hit it down, outside doesn't wear off like draw does. Draw wears off really quick. But with outside, if you hit it really easy, the spin does wear off a little bit on the way to the ball and on the way to the rail. So what I think is you have to use a little bit more and then use a little bit less speed and trust that the spin will hold on the ball. So here's my 8 attempts. I just want to kind of see 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. A little close to the rail. However, that's a sidewalk. 1. That's too weak. So that might be on the rail. That might be a balance beam. I think we're going to call that a balance beam. I like it, but we're going to call that a balance beam because it's near the rail and I want to be fair.
Okay.
Again, a little close to the rail. I didn't even make it to the rail, so that's kind of balance beamy. Yep. Same story. So I can hit them weak sometimes, but I'll get to the point. Let me just focus more. Okay, that's the sidewalk. A little hot, just a little hot. Another sidewalk. I think. Yep, sidewalk. 3 more. Too flat. Sidewalk. I mean, it was still rocking on that dot. Sidewalk. really, I feel like I'm being generous in terms of like being, what am I saying, conservative to call that a balance beam. But yeah, I'll call it a balance beam. I don't really care. Definitely this might lay in the rail as well. That's going to lay in the rail. I just want to report. So that one, again, is a balance beam. We talked about that. So 4. So that means 4 plus 4 times 1.5, or 4 times 0.75 is 3 is 7 out of 8. And importantly, this is not my best performance. Okay, I'm just saying if we want to run it again, I would guess that I probably maybe here on an 8-foot table the targets are a little smaller. It's hard to get the right speed because it's easy to freeze or come off too far. You know, it's a little smaller than my 9-foot, so maybe my percentages are different. But I would think that on average I could do 5 or 6 sidewalks, 2 to 3 balance beams. Is that so reasonable? Like maybe average 5 side, like I did 4 and 4, maybe I average 5 and 3. That's usually what I average. But 7 out of 8. Now, how many tight rolls? 0. And that's that. Yes. Okay. So let's do one more round. I want one round without tight rolls. And I always hit them a little weak, but again, it's better than that. Like I mean, in this case, you don't really want to be frozen like that, but you can't come flying off that second rail. And it might be that we would have had a little bit more control from here, you know, where you can. But this is good. That's a good touch right there. That's what I'm looking for. 1. We got that sidewalk again. Balance beam?
Probably, yeah.
And the way I feel about this type of transition, like balance beam, I feel okay. We just want a good scatter sidewalk and balance beam. And we're good. Okay, sidewalk. All day strong.
I think this is the clear evidence of what practice does, as long as I learn what the shot is supposed to be, and then try to replicate what I learned.
Sidewalk. Yeah.
I got distracted by Zelda.
Okay, that's sidewalk.
Okay.
All right, 2 more. Finish strong, man. Finish strong. These 2 matter. Let's go. Very nice. We'll call that a balance beam.
That's fair.
And then one more. And a little bit of balance beam.
Sure.
At least let me look at it one more time. Yeah, this is definitely a balance beam. Okay, sure. Yeah. So that was 5 sidewalks and 3 balance beams for a total of our best score yet. 5 plus 2.25 is 7.25 out of 8. So let's what do you call it? Let's recap. So let's keep reading. That's the rest of it. So with this route from here, you did this the first time you got 2 tight rolls, but then the second round you didn't get a tight roll. I didn't get a tight roll. You got 5 sidewalks, 3 balance beams. I told you that's kind of what I thought I'd get if I were running again. Like that's pretty good. I mean, you're not going to control the cue ball much better than that. It's really well. And then that means that if you were playing the game and you position yourself here on that 7, not once did you get on the 8 where you're like unhappy.
I would be worried about losing.
And so I call it the redo test. Sometimes, like if you were playing, it was hill and you shot this shot to get right here, and somebody said you want to shoot that again, you'd be like, yeah, I'm good. Like they all passed the redo test. Like they were all like reasonable shots. Maybe this one's maybe the thinnest, but I mean this it's not so bad. Put it in, right? Anyway, so they all passed the redo test. So then what that means, and the takeaway from this, and what I love about this example is, in most players' mind, so beginners, they don't look 2 balls ahead, of course, right? So they're just thinking about the 7 ball. Intermediate players know, hey, I need to get on the right side of the ball. But even advanced players, a lot of my advanced players think of the right side of the ball, like anywhere out here on this half the ball, I can work my way up table. And it's true, you can get up table from here, but not as accurately. And when accuracy matters, this is not good. Because, okay, so what am I trying to say? The way that this game looks to me is, because of what we saw, I would call this sidewalk and this balance beam. And actually, I've had plenty of people where if it gets, this kind of flat, you got 5.25. Sometimes it's not even that good to where this is almost tightrope from here in terms of being able to get on the 8 to then get on the 9. So what I was telling somebody is, it's like, people just don't see it the same way. So suppose we were playing 8 ball. And the 8 ball was here. So now we're playing 8 ball. And my last object ball is there, and the 8 ball is here. But now we've got a strike right in the way. I suppose this would work for 9 balls as well. If my cue ball was here, and I said, what is my positional zone to get on the 8 ball? Nobody would say it goes up to here, because the 9 ball's dead in the way of that. Everybody would see, well, the 9 ball's in the way. I obviously can't cross this line. But why? Because if I end up here, I'd have to jump. But it turns out, I did this with one of my students, because I asked him this question. I said, what do you think my jump percentage is from here? And maybe it was a little easier. Maybe it was like this. And it turns out I was really high percentage to jump this ball in. I was well over 50%. I think I made 7 or 8 in a row. And I'm like, do you realize what that means? If I can jump that 7 out of 8, getting here in a game of 8 ball is better than getting here in a game of 9 ball, you know what I mean, on that 7 ball. Like, that's how bad that is. Like, that's how bad it is to get here. It's as bad as hooking yourself because you have no control. And because, okay, so I'm sorry, I get a little carried away, I get a little excited. I gotta take my pills. Okay, so the idea is this. The reason I say thick, I say when you want to hold the ball, you want to be full, but when you want to move the ball, you want to be thinner. It's why is this shot so difficult? Why is this angle so bad to get up table? And it's, what do you think? What would you say, Chris? Why is this angle so bad to get up table?
Stunning the ball, still requires a precise hit because we're looking for a sliding cue ball. And, to be able to replicate a sliding cue ball 100% of the time, that's almost robotic.
Yeah, what I think happens is, look at this, tightrope.
Right.
So I think what happens is that when you're thick on the ball, you have to hit the cue ball harder to move it. So the first thing that has to happen is you're ramping up your cue speed. The second thing that happens is the tip accuracy is really critical on the vertical axis, because if you catch it too low, you draw it up towards the 8 or towards the corner, and if you catch it too high, you slide through and come cross side. So then, and then the other part is the part of the pocket you catch becomes really, really, really critical, because that it's just so the tip, the swing speed, and the part of the pocket you catch, you're hitting harder with below center hits and forcing your ball, and little miss hits on tip, swing speed, or pocketing can really drastically change the outcome, as we saw, where you can end up here, you can end up here, you can, and on my table, sometimes people even say that here is the top of the positional zone, and if you get even an inch beyond that, now people are having to some people are spinning up to here, ending out up here, coming across side, just missing the 3, trying to create an angle. It's really ugly. So in general, what I would say is, I talk about cue ball scatter, saying when I look at how good is a shot, I say if we shoot the shot 8 times, how big of a, how tight is our scatter, how accurate, and our scatter, when we are trying to move the cue ball, thick hits lead to large cue ball scatters because of the firm hits and all the reasons we discussed. Whereas here, I can hit softer, and let the angle do the work because I'm not losing all my speed of the three ball. I can roll the cue ball, which means that the table, as we talked about yesterday, the table will develop a full roll. Even if we don't hit it perfectly off the tip, it's going to develop into a full roll, and it rolls the same every time. So that the roll is always going to be the same. The speed's going to be thinner or softer, and then all we have to do is, get a reasonable amount of right spin on there, and it's like it's like very consistent. So what that means is when we're playing for when we need to move the cue ball with accuracy, we have to get these angles. Like that is the angle. Every time, so getting here in a game, I feel like I missed it. Like sometimes when people miss the 9, they get mad at themselves. If I got here in a game, I feel like I missed it. That's how I feel. You get why? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to trap you.
No, I think this is something similar that I give most of my league teammates. There's certainly a difference in playing position to be able to make a ball, and then there's playing position to be able to easily play position for the next ball.
Right.
Because like it's between the two zones, obviously the ball is makeable, but we just proved that one of the positions was much easier to transition to the next position versus the other.
Yeah, and so now let's try a similar. This won't take quite as long, but let's just do something similar. Because one of the things we were kind of talking about our straight ball test yesterday. So let's just say that there's a ball that we want to manufacture as a break ball, and let's just put the 9 ball here. Now, and we'll put it a little closer. So now the question is, if we get here where we have to stun into the 8, because from here I'm too thick, I cannot roll this ball with outside and go into the 8. So from here, we're going to try manufacturing the 8 into a break shot, and then we're going to try the same thing. Man, this is a little bit. Maybe I have to use a little bit more outside than I want to. I might wiggle it 9. I'm just trying to find a reasonable example.
Sure.
Okay, so now that's a stun angle. Now this is our roll angle. So let's just try it, 5 times each, and see how many times from here you can manufacture the 8 into a break shot. Let's assume that we're playing straight pool and we've got good keep recovery safety. Oh, whoops, we got
do that.
Yeah, we've got safety valves all over. So now we're just trying to we've got safety valves. We're going to take this is our last 4 balls, and I gave a straight pool on the bracket straight pool. We want to see if we can, instead of having to break with the 5, we're going to see if we happen to pick up a better break.
My goal is to get the 8 somewhere right around here, next to the rack.
Yeah.
No.
1. 5 tries each, I said.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure.
I can do the same thing, but a little bit harder. Same thing.
If you're playing billiards.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Straight rail. Fail. 3. That's going to definitely count. Now, of course, that might not be the dream scenario, but we're going to count that. We're going to count that. 1 out of 3. 2 more.
I think now if I take some of my spin off, I might catch
1 out of 4.
No, I ended up missing it altogether.
1 more try.
That's ideally what I want to do,
Okay.
but I can't tell if it's out of the rack.
We're going to call it good. We're going to call it good. Now, I want you to try it from here. 5 times. Okay, that's good. 1. Oops. Get out. We're going to call that good because we called the other one good. That's 2. Go. Not quite.
Not quite.
That one's on the fence. I'm going to try this as well. And
Sure.
it's possible that I set this up a little thick. In other words,
It's still easier from the second position.
well, yeah, I'm going to try it both ways. I found your first shots with the stuns very impressive to get that kind of. That was pretty good to get 2 out of 5. I felt. Try what you're trying. 1. 2. Go. 3.
That's good.
Okay, we'll
That
call
counts.
that. I gotta call that, otherwise I'm gonna cry.
And that definitely counts.
Okay. Alright. 2 out of 5. Same story. Let me try this. This might be a little thick as I look at it. So what happens is, like I said, there's a point at which it's you're sinking through the ball too much. This might be too thick. Let me just feel it out. No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause with that one, I was rolling the cue ball without side spin.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. I'm gonna stop. I'm just kind of feeling the shot out. All right.
Yep, that counts.
And I think I can get it pretty well from here now.
Definitely counts.
Yeah, once we get the rope, like it's. I was kind of just not toying around with this. I was feeling it out a little bit. This is way easier. I mean, now maybe the results weren't devastating. We kind of a small sample size. We're feeling the shots out, but especially I feel like if we were even just a hair more like this, like just a little thinner, so that what happens is the thinner you get, the less spin you need, because
Right.
the less you're flowing through, the less you're sinking through the tangent line. So from here, if we were to set it up 5 times, I think it's going to be even easier.
Right.
Like right here, it would be a devastating, like how often you can do this.
Right.
So the reason I bring this up is suppose we're playing a game of straight pool, and again, this is kind of our last 5, something like this, and we have a ball here, and we have to play shape for the 8. If we roll this in and got to here to try to manufacture a break ball, this is where like sometimes, and it's tough to play Scotch doubles. My buddy Josh, hi Josh if you're watching, we play a lot of Scotch double straight pool over the year, and it used to be really tough for him because he'd get me here, which is like pretty good position in terms of making the ball, and in theory you can do it, and I'd be grumpy. And he's like, what, he's like, it's never good enough for you. I'm like, yeah, because if we want our run to continue, we need break balls. and from here, we can get a break ball. And from here, we might get a break ball. This is like a tightrope. This is like a balance beam. And so you have to kind of like, you really have to go all out to get a little bit more. So I'd be a little disappointed with that. You know what I mean?
Let me try it though from there.
Well, yeah.
Since you said Scotch doubles.
Yep. So this one you have to max spin. Yep, perfect. So I barely got far enough, and then it took a good shot by Chris. It would have been a lot easier had I got another inch or 2. So, and again, on the other hand, it would have been easier. Was it tough? It would have been easier for me to get you there if I had a better angle on this 4 ball. So again, going back even the ball before, I had to shoot that 4 ball. I was putting myself here, whereas really I'd like to be shooting it from here so I could roll with outside to there, so that you could roll with outside. Like that's perfect. Like, I mean, almost to a point. Okay, fair enough. So, of course, I mean, it's still tricky. But my point is, so now if we go back and we look at this and we say, okay, so suppose we had the 2 ball here where I said, okay, let's suppose we're playing Scotch doubles. And I said, okay, and we'll put this ball here. If I said, I want to shoot the 2, 7, 12, maybe see if we can manufacture a break ball, then obviously we got the 14-6. if you rolled this in lightly and got me flat on the 7, I would feel like that was a blunder because now we're not going to be able to get off the rail and now we're going to have a stun shot on the 12. But if I can stop you on the 2 to keep a move angle when we need to move, then you give me a move angle when we need to move. And then, voila, which translates from the French to, we just manufactured a break ball. Okay? All right, now you got to get me on this. I'm going to high outside. You can stun me out a little bit. Again, if you get me full on the 6, I feel like we made a blunder. I think we need to have a 45, half ball hit 45 degrees here.
Oops. It's okay. Or actually, does that help?
Well, we'll take it. We'll take it. And good enough. All right. So the point is, when you use angles, when you can use I say when you want to hold the ball, you got to be 3/4 stick or full. When you want to move the ball, you have to be half ball hit or 45 degrees, somewhere in between there, depending. In this case, that half ball hit made it a little harder. 45 degree made it easier. A lot of my students call that the demi angle because I love that angle. That's what I play for when I need to move the cue ball. Is that a little bit thinner than half ball hit, so that you can not sink through the tangent line and all this benefits we talked about. So when we're needing precise maneuvering to hit certain parts of balls and tick apart or make certain transitions, I really, it's not always the case, but I really work to pick up those angles because and the problem is that most of the time the game is easy enough where you can get away with a lot. So like if you're playing 9-ball and instead of that run that we set up, if instead of playing 9-ball, or if we were playing 9-ball, the 9-ball was, here, okay, well now, it's still better to get here from the 4 to the 5, but now, if I happen to get full, now my sidewalk zone is so much bigger.
Because of where this
Because I don't need a specific angle, I can freeze on the rail and get straight in, it's fun. So because of that, now it's still better to be here, by the way. But you can get away with it because of the ease of the layout. And so what happens is, players that get better, and you're a hell of a player, so as you get better, you're skilled enough to where you can usually make this work anyway, or the layout's forgiving enough to get away with it. But there's times when the layout is demanding, or you're under pressure, and you're just talking about percentages to where it really matters. It really matters. And so that's why I mentioned one last night. It was, and I didn't mean to be a jerk because you made like the best 9-ball of all time. But that was the one where I was talking about getting from. That was where the 10-ball was like wedged on the rail, and this little run here. And so when you got like a hold angle on the 5, it made it really tricky to make this transition versus had we gotten like a move angle on the end rail. And here's a spot where getting on the 9 is critical, which means getting the right angle on the 8 is critical, which means we really need a good move angle on this 5. And that's like the whole meat and potatoes of this run, because once you get to your level, it's like, what's the difference? A lot of people watching are in that 580 to 620 to 650 range for them. I mean, there's a lot of serious players land around 600, and I'll tell you, and it's like, what do I got to do to get from 600 to 700? Like, man, I play good. I can run 5 racks once in a while. I can have sessions where I play 8-ball and I run 5 racks in a row. How do I get more consistent? It's like, well, we can all run all the rest of the balls. So I don't even think of this as a game of 9-ball. I think of this as a game of getting the right angle on that one key transition. Right. And then everybody can run the balls, and now it's just going to be who gives themselves the best maneuvers in that spot. So that's what I kind of wanted to talk about. So now, questions in the chat. Any questions or comments? How about we just take a second here?
You want questions related to what we've been doing?
Yeah.
In general?
Just questions about what we're doing. If there's anything that people have questions on that we're doing, I'm not done with this. We're not done with you. We're going to get medieval.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily, I think, a question. It's more of a statement, but maybe you can expound on it, because basically what we've proven is that when we do have stun angles, they're hard. So the statement from Ronnie Rose on YouTube says, spin plus stun is too unpredictable.
And so I would say this. It's that's too general, too vague of a statement. I think what he's saying is maybe in this instance where we're talking about this shot where we're studying it with spin, maybe he's just kind of saying, yeah, that's too unreliable. I mean, there's a lot of times when that's the right shot. Like, I mean, if you're playing 9-ball, and the 9-ball's here, and the 8-ball's here, okay, what are our options? Either we gotta get full and draw the ball back with straight low ball, and that's less consistent. But a stun with spin is very reliable here, and it's very consistent. So in this case, but notice, I'm not stunning with spin from a thick angle, because that thick angle would be bad to move the ball. So from a thick angle, this would be a horrible move shot. But from a little half ball hit like this, that's like really, really easy. So stun with spin is not always inconsistent, unreliable. But if you're trying to move the cue ball and you have a choice between using a rolling ball with some side spin versus a thicker hit stun, for sure, you know.
Okay, so let's see if you can try to expound on. I've got a comment that's broken into 2 parts. This is from Loping CSF on YouTube. He says he understands the concepts that we're discussing, but he doesn't feel like he has the eye to see far enough into the layout to put it to good use.
Let's play a little Scotch double 6-ball.
Okay.
Right now. Let's do some devils. So I'm just gonna call the shot. In fact, what I'll do is I'll throw in all the balls, and then we'll take balls down until we get 6.
Okay.
So right now, we'll take the 3 lowest. The 1, 2, 3 in this case. Okay. So we're gonna play some Scotch doubles. So looking at the transitions, you know how I do this. I don't care, honestly, if anybody else can keep up with this. I'm assuming some people will, some people won't. But this is about the key transitions. So we know that we can make the 4. We know we can make the 5. It's not hard to get on the 6, pocket the 6. The 6 to the 7 looks critical.
Yes.
Right? Once we get to the 7, it's kind of tap them in. So it's all this whole game. I don't even think of this as playing 9-ball. I think of it as playing hit the right target on the 6 to make that pivot. So where do we need to be on the 6? What's a reasonable target to hit? It's not easy.
No. I would have to think that it's either going to be the 6 in the side or the 6 in the corner.
Yeah, which corner?
That one.
So I don't quite feel that way. I think that if here's the shot line on the 6, if we were to end up straight, we would draw the back.
Straight back.
And if we were on this side of the shot line, here we'd have a roll, spin. Here we'd have a thick stun. And
Okay,
anywhere from here to here is okay. So what I'm thinking about doing is leaving you here on the 4, on the 5, so that you can roll this and flow it past this kitchen line to the 6. And then that's what I think. So then I'm trying to figure out what going, and of course, because we're moving, so we're going to be, think about this, we're going to be moving from the 6 to the 7, so we want an angle. We're going to be moving from the 5 to the 6, so we need an angle on the 5. So then I'm trying to figure out what angle on the 5. This looks pretty dreamy. We're a little, and you want to be able to reach it, so maybe that's a little thin. I don't want to get too cute here. This is a little thin. What if I just got you like right here? Okay, it's a little wiggly. I'm going to be embarrassed if this doesn't work. The stream. So I'm going to give myself a move angle here. Flip that in. I think that's okay. And now we made sure we had an angle. Now this is, I can't roll this with spin. It's a little bit fuller than that, so I'm going to stun it. I don't need a lot of left because I don't really want to get, whatever. Let's just keep it simple. I did over twist it, but again, fortunately the 8th, I mean that's about as bad as I'm ever going to land you, so my bad.
And I have to just take what I can get here. I'm not going to try to move.
Now we just got to shoot him in, yep. Now we just get to shoot him in. I might, on this shot, I might just decide to spin it. Just because I don't want to get shaped. I actually, my make, you'd think that with the inside, my make percentage would get worse, but knowing that I'll have shape makes me feel better. So, I don't know.
Well, I think I want to expound upon that. You got position. but I can't move
Right.
to get you easier position on this.
And that was because I was a little flat on the 6. Had you had a little bit closer to the rails, a little hard to enter it. If you eased it in a little easier, then that's okay. That would have had a little bit better. But that was actually a tough. This table's not the hardest table in the world. And 6-ball goes, you think, oh, that's easy. But it's not about how many balls. It's about how many transitions and how much work to be done. And obtaining the right angle on the 6 was not automatic there. And it took a little bit of tact. And so that run was, there's going to be 10-ball runs that are way easier than that.
Right. So really, I want to emphasize. I know a lot of people would say that when they miss a shot, it's almost like in football. If he would have dodged that tackle, then he would have went all the way. And so you'd say like, well, if you didn't miss the shot that you missed, then you probably end up winning the rack. And I usually say that the shot that you missed is probably not where the mistake was truly made. And in this case here, you said it yourself that if I gave you a better position from the 5 to the 6. That would have made it easier to move from the 6 to the 7. Blah, blah, blah,
way easier. The 7
on.
In that run, we ended up with a 7-ball was a sidewalk, but the 8-ball was like I don't know if that was a tightrope or balance beam for me, but it was definitely a balance beam.
Right.
So that balance beam on the 8 was created because I got on the rail on the 7, and you didn't do a bad job. I mean, you had to make the 5, you had to make sure you got far enough. I mean, it's not like you hit it bad. It's just it's one of those things where it's like it was okay. 3 inches better would have been a lot easier. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just a funny game.
So my point would be is, well, where do we actually fix it? Well, I could have possibly fixed from the 5 to the 6. You could have even fixed from
Yes.
So you can literally go all the way back to the beginning of the run, fix one shot, and then the rest of the run out ends up being easier. So don't just always focus on the miss.
Yeah, it's usually you're right on. So here again, we want to be straight on the 6. I'm looking at the key transition as like the 5, 6, 7. The 6 and 7 is kind of critical to me. So we don't want to be straight, but when the ball's on the rail, we don't necessarily want to be super thin either.
Right.
So I'm thinking like this is one where we can be near full because we're just going to stun out for the 7. Seems reasonable. So I don't see anything better than a stun with spin. So I just want to get past the 8-ball so you're not elevated. And then again, whichever angle we get here. So whether you want to kind of stun to the rail and out or just roll to the rail and spin or whatever you want to do.
Whoops.
Yeah, it's a little touchy, but that's okay. You didn't get any frozen. All right, and now we just play for the 8 in the corner, I'm assuming.
Play for the combo.
I'm always good for a 9-ball combo. And it's cool. I actually got you a roll with spin angle on the 7, which allowed you to get me really good on the 8. Had I got you a stun angle, once in a while you're going to stun out to here, and I'm going to end up with a missable shot on the 8.
Right.
So it's like, I'm not saying I was drawing the ball. I can't always pick up that angle, but that's where I was trying to kind of land you.
Okay.
So these now there was kind of a weird deal because we had to get foolish on that 7-ball. The 6-ball on that rail. And so I was just talking about how I don't like to get full when I need to move the ball. And there's a time when we kind of wanted to get full when we wanted to move the ball. So there's exception cases. We'll do a couple more, Chris, just because I think I'm just trying to look at real game examples of how picking up the right angles and the right balls. I don't want this ball here. We'll run these 6. So is there even a transition that matters here? The 8 to the 9 maybe, right? So what I'm looking at is, can we lay our cue ball on the side rail on the 6, so we can shoot the 6, come 2 rails around, and cross the shot line so we can cut the 8 in the side?
Yeah, because I was thinking the 6 to the 8 is more of the transition, because if I am able to shoot the 8 in the side, getting to the 9, in my opinion, is a little bit easier. So getting over here for the 8 and 6.
So you're right, and again, we're coming into the later. We've talked for years about stuff. So when I identify what is the key transition, I look at it as which is the first ball that's hard to get on. So you're right that getting the right angle on the 8 makes the 8 to the 9 easier. But getting on the 8, like if we got here on the 6, we can still drag up for the 8. Where it's going to get tough is getting on the 9. So the key transition is the 8 to the 9. So then the name of the game is, where can we get on the 8 ball that makes this an easier transition? The answer is somewhere down in this corner of the table.
Right.
So then the 6 ball to the 8 is not the key transition. That's the lead shot, where the name of the game is trying to hit this target off the 8. So this is the lead ball, and then the 8 to the 9 is still the key transition, but the 6 is the lead ball. And what we want to do is get on the rail to give ourselves the best chance hitting that target. So then to get on the rail, where do we need to be? Well, we don't want to be straight on the 4. We don't want to be back cutting it. So again, we want to be out here on the 4 so we can roll, come on us. So where do we want to be on the 2, Chris? Just go in here somewhere so that we can...
I think so.
Okay. So then, yeah, somewhere like this would be a dreamy. I'm looking to see if I can... I'll just keep it simple. Angle to move. And then you can kind of get me out there somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. You know how to play. I'm a control freak, man. I can't help it. Very nice. Now, I always ask, now this is a little full, right? This is a little full. So now I might even use high inside just to make sure.
Side spin on this, right?
I'd use a little bit. I mean, you don't want to overspin it and hit the 8, but I'd use a tipple right. Yeah, I'd use a tipple right. Try to bring in the second diamond on the 3rd rail. Like that. Okay, now what we just did, half of you guys are thinking, oh, it's 6 balls, just shoot them in, I play it. It's like, no, people don't play like that. I know because I play people, and people that have watched me play the last day see me make a lot of mistakes. And when we play side by side, we're playing Scotch doubles, Scotch straight pool, you might not really see that much difference in our games. But, so it's like, well, what is it that, why is, this isn't like bragging or picking. It's a question that must be answered. Like, where's that 100-point Fargo gap?
Right.
Where the hell's the 100-point Fargo gap? But when we look at the angles that I pick up on shots and the priority I place on getting the right angles on the right shots, the priority I place is higher than most people's. I understand that getting flat when you need to move is as bad as hooking yourself. And that's the amount of priority I put on it. And then furthermore, I'm able to get those angles and then make the game look like it should. Like, it looks so nice. Like those runs with some key transitions. Granted, I got you flat on the rail on the 7 or whatever. But when you start playing well, it's like you could run through racks really cleanly, where everybody watching is like, yeah, that's what I would have done. But then if they play those racks, they don't get those angles. And when you don't get the right angles, you don't get the right. Then you start getting bad angles, lead to bad cue ball, which leads to more bad angles, leads to balance beams after balance beams, and that's what leads to inconsistency. If you want consistency, you can only use shots that you can make every time. That's it. So, okay. So I just want to give some examples for the gentleman asking about like how do you see this stuff. So this is what I teach. So for anyone, a quick 30-second plug. I do boot camps. Like this is what I do. I'm crazy. I teach pool. 3 days at my house. Check it out. mnpoolbootcamp.com. Minnesota Pool Boot Camp. mnpoolbootcamp.com. Come to my house for 3 days, and what I'll do is, I have an idea about pool, which is there are certain shots that you should use to move the cue ball around to give you the best cue ball control. I call them my core shots. I have 10. 10 shots that give you the best control over your cue ball when you're moving up and down table. And so first I have to fill in everybody's knowledge so they understand how the cue ball works, how these shots work, and why they're beneficial. And we can test it on the table to see which ones are better. Then I have to build your technique so that you can execute these shots. Calm your quick swing speed down, get your tip accuracy up so that you can actually do the shots that control the cue ball. And then once you have the knowledge and technique to execute my core shots and you understand the benefit of these core shots, how to hit them, where they go, why, then we start building patterns and we start fighting over little details that most people don't really care about when they play. So this is what I teach.
And is it fair to say, because I kind of want to highlight, with the exception of the inside 3-railer that you did to go to the 6 ball, every shot besides that one was basically just tapping the balls.
Yeah, and how many? So like if we look at that, I used a roll on the first shot. You used a roll on the second shot. I used a roll on the third shot. You used a roll. I used a roll. Then you shot a stop shot.
Right.
Ooh. But yeah, that's because we're using. See, 8 ball is a hold game. you get full-on balls and shoot a series of stop shots because you get to bend your pattern to avoid movement. 9 ball is a move game, and you have to be able to move your cue ball around. And everybody thinks 9 ball is a game of power, big powering balls in and long draw shots. But if it's played well, 9 ball is a finesse game with accurate cue ball, good angles, and surgical maneuvers. That's how I see it.
Yep. I certainly want to highlight that to where besides that one shot, the rest of the shots were just effortless.
Yeah, and it's really good. That's really good pool. All right. So I have more with patterns that was coming up. Should we go sideways and try something totally different?
That's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
All right.
You want to do?
I want to do the kick game.
Let's do the kick game.
Okay. I think people are gonna like this. It's gonna be fun. So I'm gonna show you guys a fun way to practice kicks, and you can play this with yourself, but it's a lot more fun to play with somebody else, especially with somebody that you hate and really want to drill. Oh, sorry. Okay. The way the kick game works, you place cue ball on the spot, object ball on the spot. And the way it works is the first player has the serve. They're kind of in the driver's seat. They have to make a one-rail kick and hit the 9 ball. So I'm going to just kick to the end rail with a little bit of spin, a little inside. So
real quick, just a legal hit or just a hit?
Oh, we don't need to get a rail. All we're trying to do is make contact. So I'm just going to kick into the rail and hit the 9. Okay? So now, let me talk about some things. Had I scratched, then I'm trying to remember how I made these rules. If I lose a point or if it's just your shot. I think if I'm on serve, I can't lose a point, but if I scratch, I lose by serve. And then it would be Chris, so we'll get to that. So if I'd scratched right there, Chris, that ball would have spotted up, the cue ball would spot up, and it would be your serve then. But as it is, I made my one rail hit. And now, Chris has to match me. So if he makes this one rail hit, he matched me. But if he misses that one rail hit, I score a point because I made a hit that he didn't. Right. So we're not playing yet. This is just a demo of the game. Go ahead and lay into the 9 ball. I'll explain more of the nuances here in a minute, but let's just get the main layout. Good. So Chris made his hit. So now, since he made his hit, I don't score a point, but I'm still on serve. But now I get to make a 2-rail kick, where I have to kick 2 rails before I hit the 9.
What happens if the object ball falls?
If I kick it in, then I actually score a point. So I actually score a point if I kick the ball in. Okay. And then if I don't, say I kick 2 rails and hang it up, then you can kick 2 rails, and if you make it in, you score a point.
Gotcha.
So I would score a point there, but now it would be your serve. So now we'd split this ball up, and I'm up 1, but we're not actually keeping score yet, but then you'd be shooting from here to shoot a 1 rail. Good? So now if I fail to hit this ball 1 rail, you score a point.
Okay.
Okay, now you have to hit a 2-railer. So you can't lose points really when you're on serve. All you can lose is your serve. You can win a point by making the ball, and you can win a point if I fail to match you once. All right, look at this. Now I have a tough 2-railer because that side pocket's in play. So Chris made a good shot here. I'm going to have to go this way, I guess. Uh-oh. Oh no. All right. So now I would have won another point. Had I not made that, then you would have had to shoot a 3-railer. Now suppose you missed the 3-railer, then you would lose your serve, and it would be on me to shoot a 1-railer again.
Okay.
So if you scratch when you're on point, if you're on offense and you scratch, you lose your serve. But if you're on defense and you scratch, then if you fail to match your opponent, and then you lose a point then. The cue ball always spots here, the object ball always spots there. And where it gets fun is obviously you don't want to necessarily hang the ball for your opponent because then they can kick it in and score a point. So little by little, you'll start to learn where, if you play kick shots, you kind of know. If I'm playing, suppose we're playing suppose I'm trying to go for a 2-railer. Well, I know I can kick 2 rails, but I also might know which spots on the table are harder to kick. So if I kick the 6 over to here where it's near a rail, it's going to be easier to get you for you to return. But if I kick this ball 2 rails out like that, now that's going to be a little bit harder to kick 2 rails, right? It's a little harder hit because it's out in the middle. It's not in a big ball position. So people might think, well, you don't need to hit a rail after this, and you're not kick safing. But you can kind of start like. And
it's a building block. It's a good building block.
And sometimes you have decisions. Like if I'm kicking 1 rail, suppose you make a 1 rail kick and you leave me this. Is it worth me kicking and trying to make this ball, or is that too risky to risk a scratch? And or can I increase my chances of making this without scratching by kicking a little bit thicker and spinning into it, so that way I don't come off the ball. So like you're still learning the rails, and it's a fun way to practice. So we're gonna try a game to 10.
Okay.
And we'll lay for break. I don't want to steal a break. I don't want to steal first serve. Come on, 2 ball. All right. Okay. Oh, I'm sweating like it. So I thought, it's like really cold, but in Texas they're not used to it, so they turn. So Chris has got the heat up where it's like he's never seen it get below freezing before. Either that or I don't know, man. Either that or I'm taking the heat. All right, have fun. We'll have a little fun. We're gonna play 1 game to 10. Oh no! I missed the serve. All right, so I'm on 0. I lose my serve, and that's the worst kick I've ever made. So, fortunately, I was on offense, so that does not cost me.
So do I start from the same
Now
thing?
you start from the spot. I guess, I don't know what to say.
I did the same thing.
So I got to play from there. Okay, this could be a long game, everybody. Okay. Don't do it. All right, you got to make a 1-railer. Nice. I want to go 2 rails. And
What happens if you go 3 rails?
that's fine. 2 or more.
2 or more. Okay. No, you did a 3 railer. I'm still only limited to 2.
Yeah. Oh, you got 2 or more. Yep. First blood. All right. And then I keep the serve then. So I'm at 1. All right. Oh no. Oh, this is triple bad because now I'm at 2 and I've got a 1-railer to make this ball. Ouch. Okay, so I'm at 3, but now it's your serve. Because
you made the ball?
Because I made the ball, yeah.
Okay.
So now it's your serve. That's the end of my offense. Okay, good shot. Not bad, my man, not bad. This lead. A lot of ways to Hey, you got a 2 rail. Oh, I sold out. Good shot. Okay, I gotta make a 2 railer. This is my first real test. Oh, wait. I didn't see this rope. I'm looking at all these. Oh, 3-1. Chris is on serve. Oh, I dogged it. It choked.
All right.
What a choke.
What about during my serve? If I just kick the ball in, do I just score my point?
Yeah,
and do another one, or would I lose my turn?
You lose your serve, but you score the point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Get on that rail. Let me go to rail first. Hang on. Hang on.
So do kick tickies count?
Yeah. Rail. If I hit a rail. All right. Your serve, but it's 4-1. Gotta manage that ball. Ooh. This one I gotta be I just gotta cinch the hit. There's too many side pockets I can scratch off. It's not easy to make a 2 rail limit out there. Okay, you just lose your serve. It's not the end of the world. Irritating. These side pockets are kind of dead in play. I want to take a little shot at it anyway. Hey-oh. A lot of good things can happen kicking that way. 5-1. Your serve. Good shot. I need to make a 1 railer. Is that side in the way again? You're on 2. You're on 2 rails. Still on serve. Oh no. Does he pick it up on the back way? Wait a second. Oh. Okay, I'm on serve with 1 rail. I don't know, man. I feel like kicking it this way is better. Shot. 7-1. Is the chat going nuts about that? Sorry. I'm just joking.
So seems to be some confusion on the rules of the game.
Fair enough. This will be on YouTube, so if they want to go back, they can always rewatch the explanation. Okay, Chris made a 1 railer. I need to bash him to avoid him scoring a point. The way you most often score points is either by kicking the ball in, or it's kind of like the game of horse, where if you make the shot, the other person has to make the shot too. So he just made a 1 railer. I need to make a 1 railer as well. Oh no! I didn't make a 1 railer legally, so So therefore you score a point. So now it's 7-2 and it's your serve. You're shooting in from the spot. Yep, from the spot. So now he's gonna kick. He's got to start at 1. He's gonna start with a 1-railer, and you don't have to kick out of the kitchen. Yeah. So if he makes a 1-railer, I have to match it. If I match it, he has to make a 2-railer. Then I have to match that. Yep. Now he's getting it. He's getting aggressive on me. All right. So I'm somewhere in between trying to cinch this ball, but if I hang it and you kick 2 rails and make it, I'm gonna hate my life. So instead, I'm just gonna cinch it. I can take a shot to the side, leave it long, and then KO. 8-2. Your serve.
Okay.
Now I gotta make a 1-railer. Hang on, I wonder which way I should kick. I might just kick this way. Oh, all right, I matched your 1-railer. You gotta go 2 rails now. Sometimes, yeah, this is tough. What a great hit. What a great hit. I need to match him on his 2-railer now, otherwise he scores a point. But I can kick more than 2 rails, so that's what I'm going to do. Can I kick another ball on that side? I got a dream. All right, so now you got to go for 3 rails. This is our first time we've gotten to this point where for you to keep the serve, you got to make a 3-railer. All right, so now I'm on serve. 8-2, I'm on serve. I got to make a 1-rail hit. I don't really like this kick. So I'm not going to get too aggressive. You got to make a 1-railer. Oh, sneaky. Leave it in a tough spot. Hard to make a 2-railer. Guy's got some moves.
I'm trying to learn the strategy because I want to just kick the ball in, but then I'm selling out.
Yeah, so it's like this is a hard 2-rail kick, right? Like if I kick 2 rails, it's long. 3 rails, it's funny. I might have to go around the horn this way, but this is the side pockets loom large. Yeah, this is I might even be better off Zing into it, honestly. So I don't have to do anything with it. I just have to hit it. Hit. Now it's your turn, sir. Gotta make it 2-rail. Oh, I left a little bit better than that. Good. Now I gotta make. Oh wait. Okay. I gotta make a 3-railer. There's a few tempting options, but this seems like normal. Oh no.
Well, that was only 2.
That was
So you just
totally.
did-
Yeah, I lose my serve 8-2. That was. I'm just not at all happy with that kick. Ugh. Oh, nice shot. 8-3. And it's my serve again. It's not your sword. Yeah, just kick it in, Chris. Just kick it in. Oh, jeez. Freeze! Okay. Take him out. Climb a tree. I'm grumpy. I don't like to lose. All right. You're at serve, so I gotta match that. I'm just gonna cinch it.
Oh no, that's your serve because I made the point.
Oh, you okay? Thank you. So I'm on 2
You're
rails.
on 2.
Oh, okay. That changes my thought process a little. Thank you. Well, it got a little tough. I got a little tough. Seen a lot of good players go down in flames on this shot. Oh no! Okay, 9. But now it's all right, 9 to 3. Now let's just try to get lucky. Cross. Oh no! Well, I got
Cross corner.
I got lucky. Okay, so now this is the first time. This is the first time we've ever played it. We might try that again tomorrow.
Sure.
I mean, but you can see that once you kind of start getting the flow of it, it's like you're trying to make kicks and hit the ball, but you're also thinking about when do you get aggressive and go for it. And there's times you get to kick balls in. Like I kicked at a few that were kind of cool. And then there's times when you got to just cinch hits. There's times when you try to play it to awkward areas.
Sure.
So you're kind of like learning the rails and learning speeds and directions and how to manipulate balls. I mean, is it the same as setting up a kick safe? No, but it's a hell of a lot more fun.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
I just wanted to share that.
Challenging.
So maybe we do another round later or whatever, but I just wanted to share that with the crowd. And if you weren't clear on it, just watch it again. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
It's on the interweb.
Anything else you want to work on?
Yeah, but that's should we could do it in sessions too. Like I want to do more work and more drills, but maybe we should have some fun and play a little straight pool first, like Scotch doubles or individual or
Okay.
versus.
So then let's just take a small break and we'll be right back.
There is a question.
Oh, what's the question?
Oh, we have a question?
I see the question. Is that Jayford? Is that Jesse?
That's Jesse.
Oh,
And it says, as a mid-level amateur, should you always play for the best pattern, even if it increases the chances of missing a ball that you're shooting at? And then he expounds saying, in other words, you have a much higher make percentage if I cinch a ball, but the position is going to make the out tougher. Should always play for the best position. We talked about this yesterday, where you take an easy shot, make it more complex because your next 5 shots after that.
so but there's times. Okay, so I think I think what he's actually asking is, should you do what you think is the right pattern that you think that Federer or the pros would do, or that you think is technically correct, even if you're not feeling optimistic about it, or should you just do what's ugly in the wrong way, but you feel like at least you can cinch the balls, and you better just have to come with a little bit testier of a shot than rely on a recovery shot rather than rely on your cue ball that you're not comfortable with under pressure. And so what I would say is, always do what's ever best for you to win the game. But, okay, when you're competing, you always do what's best for you to win when you're competing. But then when you're training, you look at what does the best that you do to win when you're competing look like versus what is the best that a top player does when they're competing. And you look at the areas where they're eking out higher, more percentages. For example, for Chris, if he was playing a match tonight, and he was like going to be on some stream playing some good player, some big match, I would not want him to be stressed about angles and angle selection and being super like overpaired. I just want him to do what he's going to do, play the way he plays, and deliver his best game as he can. But then when we're training, that's when we work on this stuff to say, okay, now we can go back and review the film, watch a bunch of his sets, and say, here are some things we can work on, and then we can practice them and identify them. And there's going to be some cool stuff we do later to practice that, so that we build it into his game, so that in the future when he's competing, now what's his best chance of winning the game might actually be the correct pattern. So I think you always do what's best to win in the competition, and then you train to round out those areas so that your best game evolves.
Okay, cool. Well, on that note, like I said, we're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back for some Scotch doubles straight pool. Uh-oh. Looks like my camera's... I did notice that during the intermission that it looks like it had a little bit of a power outage glitch. So the camera's going to disappear for a second. And then hopefully it'll turn back on. Okay. Just a second. Can everybody still hear me? We are having some technical difficulties right now. Can you go step in front of the camera?
I'm happy to.
There we go. Okay, so now we're back in business.
All right.
Let me fix one little thing.
This is cool, and I gotta say hi to some of my guys that have come and trained with me. So Eric Geary, special shout out to Eric Geary. He's done me a few solids. So great guy. TBZ.
He's in here as well.
Yeah. I haven't seen him since I got my rear handed to me when I melted down against some Polish champ in Ohio. But that was fun, man. I wish we had more time. Anyway, yeah, and then Jesse Martin. Yeah. Should we post up a quick 100-ball run?
Sure.
All right. We've been playing better, guys. We kind of did some debriefing. We kind of put together a game plan. So let's see how our game plan goes.
Well, that was fun.
I got a little excited.
Wow.
Yikes. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. I think maybe I'm hitting too hard.
Maybe. All right, so the 6th ball is at least a break ball. I don't know if you want to try to make a better one afterwards.
Should we shoot this 14-7 or something? Or
I have the 14-7 or I have the 3-9 because I don't want to back cut the 13 ball. I think the combos are a little bit easier.
I feel like the 14-7's right.
Okay. Get you on at least the 9.
That's right. That's all. Just make the ball. Now, once we clear that over there, so we do have to, this is a little irritating because we definitely have to clear the 13, but you know what actually might be good here would be to go at the 3. The only thing is it's a stretch. If I can reach this, I might go at the 3 and see if I can't move the 3 as a break ball, which also kind of opens everything up. And I've got the 6, 14, 11 as safety valves. Or the 11, okay. Or the 15, I mean, okay, that didn't work out badly. I wanted to get in the middle of them balls. It was kind of weird to get on those balls later. All right. Maybe just
the
drift.
angle on the 5.
Yeah. Leave me the little move angle. Just kind of roll. Just pass for the 13 it is. And again, here's one where I don't want to move the 6 much, but it's a little low and close to the rack. So is it worth taking a chance? I could get froze behind it though. I don't think it's worth taking a chance. Okay. It's close though. It's tempting. That's where the cue ball wants to go anyway. Just a little nudge. Doesn't hurt. Nope. And then if we stop or rock, can you get me on the 12 on the side from there? Or is that too finicky? Or do you want to just rip it back in the corner?
This is fine. Less is more.
Yeah. So now we can maybe get on this 11. Creepy crawl down for the 11 soon. And then, actually maybe the 12 too, and then the 11. Yeah. Okay. That's a move angle, all right. Well, we might have to go 15. That's a little bit too thin. Got you a little bit too much of a move angle. Well, and that's the problem. You know, I can't. Okay, that's okay.
That's just an 11.
I wanted to do 100 points in 5 innings. That was my kind of quiet goal. I wouldn't mind doing it in 1 inning, but 5 at the minimum. Okay. Let's try to keep it on the table. I might have gotten a little carried away. That's a little calmer. A little bit calmer. Ooh, does it go? I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's touchy.
Okay. Well, then it's the 11 or the 10. Nice. Well, it's tough. The 6 is our break ball, baby, so I don't really want to get on that next. So maybe I need to try to get on this 11, potentially the 3 ball. And then maybe we pivot to the 3, because I don't know, how close do we get? We need to get, yeah, I think we could just kind of stick right there, kind of get on the 3. Let's see. Well, I might have to shoot the 50 here. Okay. Now, the 4 ball seems right, because then that gets us on the 14-12. So the 7 and 9 both go over in that other corner. It's a little touchy to roll right at the corner, but all right. At some point, we should probably get on this 13. At some point. So, we need to.
You want a 13 all the way up?
That's a good question. I was from here. I got a little full to do much else. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Swish. All right. I guess I need to be a little bit. You're going to be rolling towards the 6, unless I get hooked behind it. It's a little dicey, huh?
So what
What about shooting the 12? What about shooting the 12?
Get here.
Yeah. What much better? What was that? Good shot. Great shot. A little low. I think you might have to follow across table here.
Where do you want me to try to get? Like, what's the?
Well, okay, so I'm good anywhere from like here to here, like somewhere just cross the middle line.
Okay.
That's it. That's across the middle line. We're good. Nice shooting, Chris.
Thank
Nice
you.
shooting.
You too.
Oh, come on. Okay, we got something. We got the 11 or the 15-2. There you go.
The 15-2.
Merry Christmas, man.
The 15-2.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, when I shift table, there's not much you can do. Kind of have to draw a little more than that to get it back up. You always got to check for dead balls, but not today.
It looks like I'm going to run into the 10.
Yeah,
so
so
you go
just-
for the 11.
Just smooth into it, man. That's it. Think happy thoughts. Great shot, great shot. You definitely got the maximum out of that. Okay, so I'm on the 15. And, oh, wait a second. What we're doing, maybe something moved. Does this 12 ball go, perchance? Is it possible? There's a gap in there. It's a scary gap. But it's a lot less scary than, I think it goes, man. I think it goes. So if we can get on the 2 ball. Oh, the 2 ball goes over here. Okay. All right. We're golden. Just kind of stun me away. I'm going to shoot the 4-7-12.
4-7-12.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly flat.
Like straight?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
then
straight
stop.
flat.
Just stop.
Just stop it?
Yeah, perfect. All right, now this is a little scary because there's enough of a gap there that the 12 could cut just a little bit to the side rail, but it's coming from the half ball head angle. I can put a tip of left on, left, right. Now I gotta put a tip of right on. And then I want to tickle open this one a little bit, so here it is. Okay, well, I built that. All right. We got a little lucky. That's okay.
Do I spin to the 8?
Yeah, if we can get on the 8, that's great. Below the 8's even better, but
I don't think
okay,
I'm
that's
below
right.
the
I
8.
understand.
Or maybe I can.
Maybe you can.
Okay.
Perfect. Sometimes that's what you got to do to keep runs going. I mean, it's not like you can do that, high percentage, but that's sometimes what the game requires. And this is one where I might a little. I'm not going to do too much. Oh, that didn't work. Well, maybe we can get into it with the backside off the 10. Maybe. Can you make the 10? If not, you got the 14 off the 7.
I think I can make the 10.
Okay.
It looks like.
Just try to make it. Yeah, go into the 7, 5, whatever. Good shot. There, Chris is a hero. What a hero. This is the guy you want on your team.
4 ball or 3 ball?
Yes. That's a good.
For a break shot.
Yeah, they're both good. Let's see them both. So let me get out of here. I'll try to get on the 13 or 9, I guess. Hey, it looks like we're on both. How about shoot the 9 and stop, and then I shoot the 7? Whatever. It doesn't have to be dead stop.
Oh, are you kidding me?
It's okay.
Ah. So 2, 4, 6 plus 9. That's a 23.
You want to shoot the break shots?
Sure.
Let's mix it up. Maybe I should have gotten more out of that spread with that 3-ball combo, but I like the way we got. After you made that hero shot, I like the way they were sitting.
treads like you do on your brakes?
Yeah, build it up, Chris. Build it up. Okay.
That and your brakes sound like more explosive.
Well, this is beautiful right here. I mean, you got a brake ball, everything goes. Once we get the 15 gone, and the 2 leads to that, so it's like, this first shot is a little thin. I could shoot the 7 and go into them, but that seems unnecessary. Does the 9 go as it sits?
Yes.
Maybe this is right. Especially if I could go, you know what? What if I went into the 9? Let me see here. It's a little thinner than I thought. Plus, I can move the 1. I don't want to do that. Touchy to control. I'm trying to think of, like, if I go at the 3, like, what am I going to leave? Probably, it's a little risky. Okay, I got to shoot the shot where I know we're going to get something afterwards. So. Yeah, I was afraid of moving the 1, but I had to make sure that we had a shot.
The most important thing is to keep the run alive.
Yeah. I'm just a little grumpy about moving that ball. The 1-2 combo is dead too. We don't necessarily need to move those balls.
Okay.
So what about this? We would like to shoot the 14 though before we do, because then we don't have to worry about tying them up maybe. So what about shooting the 15 and going at the 11? I can either shoot the 14, the 1-2, or the 10, and then we got a hanging ball if we need it. So if I shoot the 11, I can get you on all these balls, and this will have to be, we'll make this work. A little wobbly, but we made it work.
Just trying to put the 1 in brake ball position. I mean, it is in brake ball position, but it's under the rack.
Well, I can maybe shoot the 3 right here. Okay, throw the 6 club out of there anyway. I really want to shoot the brake, but the 12 ball is not the worst brake ball, for what it's worth.
Correct. I agree.
But not saying it's right. Just saying. Is this 4 helping us, or is this 4 need to go?
Depends. I mean, the 4s are behind the rack brake shot as well, right?
Yeah, it's just we got to run the balls out. I'm gonna shoot it.
Yep.
This 10 ball needs to go soon, but not immediately. Soon. Yeah, I'm okay if we wanted to save the 14-1. You want to save the 14-1?
Yeah.
Okay. So then maybe we go 9-13 and see if I can't wiggle over for the 10 ball.
Okay.
And another option is I can always go at the 10 ball, and then we have the 8. But I don't think that's needed. I'm just thinking. Now a little bit. I got you a little bit of a back cut on that ball. You can always shoot the 8 and get me on the 10 in the other pocket if we need to. And if it's really bad, we can shoot the 14 and swing around. Just then we can lose our key ball. Maybe I should have smashed it. Great hit. Great hit.
I didn't want to give you a back cut on the 12 because that was what I was trying to get position on.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's just keep it at the table. so not quite what I want, but if you stop here, it's a little stunny to get on the 8. Man, if it rocks back an inch, that's even better. But I think we got to go 14/8 on the side and try to get a 1.
Okay.
Good shot, Chris.
Did I get it?
Yeah, you're good. Now I just got to really commit to what I'm going to do here. It's pretty thin. Just gotta get you where you can make it. Okay. Oh, I got you pretty thin, man. I didn't mean to get. It was a little funny. I'm telling you, man, it's just tough.
All good.
It all happened because I got you a little bit back cutty on that ball, and then we lost our margin. We lost our control of the table.
So I think I just have to finesse this in, because if I bounce off the rack and force fall, I feel like I'm going to scratch.
I mean, I think the priority is to make the ball.
Yeah.
So you can't really lower your make percentage by trying to get cue with a cue ball here. What a shot. What a shot, Chris.
Thank you. Whew.
Yeah, it's nice to have the 14 down there, too. Although, I don't think you can really get at it unless I get...
Oh, that was close. That was close.
It's not what I was picturing. It's not what I was picturing was going to happen.
So do I just go into him, or
Well, maybe. I mean,
should I just come out of it?
let's just take it. Let's slow it down. I feel like we just got a little lucky to keep our run alive. So let's slow down and really pick our shot here. How are we ever going to get into them though? If we don't do it now, we'd almost have to like split the 2-7 goes to 7 in, which I don't love. Let me look at that one more time because that might be the shot.
The 7 also goes here.
Yeah, but look at this though. Look at this. If we could if it was set up to where we could split them, like shoot the 2 and then billiard the 7, that spreads everything. I'm just feeling it out. I feel like we're hitting it. It's close. I like your shot. I just want to look at it. I like your shot. I just want to take a second, time bank, and make sure we're good.
So do you just want me to come out to the middle of the
Oh,
table?
no, I like your shot of going into the rack. If you have an angle to go into the rack,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's a good call. Great shot. Get out of the way, 3. All right. Okay, I gotta run the 10 and everything. Nice. Okay, so should we use the 13? Let's see how that would have to sit. The only problem is you know what? Let's take the 3. Let's take the 3 and see if we can get on the 13 to go look into the rack. Just past where the 10 goes at a little bit. A little full from here. It's okay. I mean, it's almost impossible to pick up the right angle on that shot. I just want to see if we happen to get it. If not,
Do we need to use the 10 to get better on it?
we could. I'm just looking to see if there's anything better. I like what you're saying.
But still, remember the 7 ball goes, and that opens up the 2 and the 15.
Yeah, you're right. Good call. I'm sorry, Chris. When you said that, I was thinking you were talking about using it as a break, but yeah, to open it up for the 15 ball is good. So that makes sense. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to get on the 7. And I think the best way to do that, get a little move angle on the 9. Outside.
Uh-oh. Oh, come on. So 9 plus 6, that puts us at 20.
2 more runs. 2 more runs.
And then what? You want to do some solo attempts?
Yeah. Really good. It's not that I don't want to play. I'm trying to create a sense of urgency by limiting the number of attempts.
I like that idea. Oh no.
Not Baltimore. Oh, come on, Animal. Nothing goes over there. I have to shoot the 1.
Yep.
Nice hit, nice hit. Nice hit. All right, this is our last attempt, so we better make it count. It feels like shooting the 1, but this kind of feels a little dead endy. I'll drop back. Drop the 8, maybe rock the 5. I mean, we don't need to because the 5-12 go in the other pocket. Whatever you'd like to do. I'm okay bumping the 5 though. It's fine. Oh no.
Just cue ball fell.
Yeah. It was almost frozen, so now I can shoot the 5.
No, just commit to the 3. So I'm thinking this is our end pattern though, because 14, 5 on the side to get shape on this for the break ball.
I really don't like these side pockets where it's that far away.
Okay.
So I think you go to the rail and out for the 5, the 2, maybe even the 13 in the corners, something like that. Yeah. Just follow one rail out. All right. Good. Good. I think we got to go 2, 4. And you know what? I might even shoot the 7 because that way, after we shoot the 4-2, and then we get on the 9, it leads to the 13. Wait. I don't like the 13. I wanted to save. Which break ball are we using? The 15?
15, I would think.
Okay. So maybe we want to end with these 3.
Okay.
So if that's the case, yeah, that's easy enough. So then we just gotta. So then maybe we save one of those 2 to get on the 9.
Yep.
So like 7. 13, pull back a little bit. 13's not. It's just irritating to me. I want that 13. I don't like it. So why don't you shoot the 13 and draw me back to the 4?
Okay.
Yeah, it's maybe wrong, but there's certain problem balls I just want to eliminate, and then I don't really care. Perfect. Yeah, and now we can try to get the 5-14 out and leave the 2-9-11. Yeah, I mean, at least for the first time. I'm good with the first time. We played a pattern, Chris.
I know.
We played a pattern like they do in the old movies. Now, do we want to roll this in and get a little thinner on the bowl?
You're breaking. You tell me.
Yeah. Let me just look at this. Yeah, I think you just roll this in and bump drift an inch or two off the rail. Yeah. Nice. Gonna make our last attempt count. So far, our best run was like we had a few in the 30s.
Yes.
We haven't gotten past 40 yet. Have we had Scotch doubles?
Correct.
Okay.
I think our best run is currently 38.
Hey, the 110 may wobble in. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. The 813. Why does everything tie up, man? Why isn't this game like just like 10 ball with a template rack? Why does it got to be this way? Boy, it's close, man. If I could wiggle it a little. You know your table. You think you can wiggle that in and shoot the, not right now, but like shooting the 11 into the good, the good side of it? You think that it's kind of, let me look at the gap there one more time. I don't feel secure. No. Close though.
If I'm gonna do a combo, I'm gonna do it with the 12 ball.
Where you actually cut it in? Yeah, because you could cut it in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, if I don't want to use a ball, I'd want to hit the one.
How about this then?
right
What if
there.
you shot the 2? And then that's 4 me. We may still have dreams.
I
to
can
say
follow into the 1 from the 2.
Oh,
and
let's
maybe
do that.
use-
Let's do that. I'm good. You sold.
Or at least I thought I could.
Well, now it's dead. No, that's these balls. This is pretty thin. Ooh. All right, I don't really know. I might even get a break if I get really lucky here. 8 ball. It's a pretty tricky little shot. 3 ball. Maybe the 6. You can also billiard off the 11 and make the 110 if you needed to. I'm just saying we're not dead. I'm just saying we're not dead. The nice part about that is that we open up the 11, and then everything goes. Just making sure it's dead. It's a little risky to do it that way, but I think that's playable. 10 ball. Don't tie up. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Now we gotta get the 1 out soon. Not that soon. I don't know. What do you think about using the 7 and then the 11 to get better? Maybe 7, 11, 14 and get better on the 1? I like that. Unless it's super thinner than I thought on the 7. Good shot. Plus, once the 11's gone, then the 14, then all of a sudden when we shoot the 1 and come around, yeah, anyway, maybe feel like that. It's good. I was originally thinking to shoot this ball, but maybe we leave the 14 in case we need it when we shoot the 1. Or do we come up with a 6 to the side? That's a low. What do you think?
I mean, 6 in the side, I would just roll the 1 in.
Which is our break ball, 4?
I would think the 4 ball.
If that's the case, how about this? Why don't you shoot the 13 now and get me back out where you're at? Because as I look at that 13, it's in the way of all the routes and all the break ball. Good shot. Because now if we need to come around the table, now that 13's not in the way of our 3-rail escape here, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But we have to get on this 6 ball at some point. But we can do that off the other balls if we need to. So I'm going to try to get you on the 6 in the same pocket as the 1, and we get the 14. I died that one. But that's why we have the 14 there. All right. Good shot. Maybe if I get it there, I'll have to shoot 5 and then. Gosh, it's stretchy. Oh. I'm kind of glad that one's over. I thought I was going to double hit that for sure. Or dip stroke it.
So I think
12 balls, you might have. I mean, it might be too much angle on this 9. In order to hit it with enough speed to keep draw going, you're going to be flying across the table.
okay.
Don't you think?
Well, I thought the 12 would be easier to get you to the 6.
It would, but I just won't see we can get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless, hang on. If you shot the 9 and got too thin to get to the side, I can always come across and play it over here. But I think if it's me here, I'm coming back for the 9. That's what I'm doing for sure.
Okay.
Great shot. Now, this 6, importantly, it does go in the corner. So I'm not saying that's what I'm playing for, but I'm saying I can't be going into it. I can't come up short, right?
Right.
Oh, man. Well, I guess I don't know what to tell you, Chris. I don't know what to tell you. Try to leg it in and be a hero. Oh,
Nope, it's flattening out.
bummer. Okay,
Okay.
my bad. It was touchy. It was all touchy. Where did it go wrong? I kind of got wrong when I got elevated over that 5 and I couldn't control much. Yeah. Okay.
So between all of that, well, between the 2 of us, we averaged 20 points an inning, and because we only did 4 attempts, and 3 times we got out of the first rack. Only once did we not get out of the first rack.
Well, I had a 1 ball, but I missed the 1 on the second shot once. But whatever.
Okay, so yeah, if you want to make some solo attempts, I think that's what we have next.
All right. Let me go first today.
Sure.
Feeling frisky. All right. 3 attempts. Piece. That's good. Let's see if we can't get them. Yesterday we bet dinner, and at the end of the day, Chris was like suggesting Taco Bell, and I'm like, I see what's going on here. Took care of me, man. He took care of me. And we're not counting zeros?
Correct. We don't count zeros.
Just to clarify.
We do not count zeros. Not yet. I want to count them. That way it shows a true representation of what our average is if we're not
Yeah.
making break balls, or we're making break balls and scratching.
That's true. That's what I'm looking for. Not so drifty. Why are these balls? Never easy, Chris. Might have got there. I didn't think I had a chance, but I think I did. All I see is ways to tick off balls and scratch.
Nice out. 14. Sorry for the little blackout moment there. I switched to the wrong thing.
Oh,
I'm
great.
actually switching cameras.
So now if I hit a 714, everyone's going to question the authenticity. That's what I got to deal with around here. I see. I was hoping something would wiggle that damn 5.8. Serious. That's why I shot that. Didn't really work out that way, but. Hey, that's potential. You're discreet right now. This is not.
Nicely done. That's 28.
Oh, God damn it. Ugh. Yeah, that's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take to stop me. Let's see. One. Get out there, 7. volt.
Shot.
Yeah, almost. Keep swinging. I haven't really formed a plan today. Yeah, kind of putting myself in a bad spot. Seven. Maybe I should deal with the problem balls. I don't know, man. I might just get lucky here. I bumped the 12. Really matters. Lie.
4 ball's a side pocket break shot, no?
Yeah, there's a good key hole for it. But, I was just hoping I could freewheel something into a better position. It's just
Oh, I missed it.
okay, one more. I didn't like those. I didn't like that run. Well, I got one more.
Was that 13?
I guess. Yeah, I did great. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Let's see here. Wasn't expecting that. All right.
Shot.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, 15? I overcut it. Alright.
Not bad, 21, right? They look clean. I really like the way you're hitting them.
Thank you. Plus 7. Yep, 21. I was actually probably attempting to go for something I shouldn't have that led to that. Ouch.
I didn't think it was going, man. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to short you.
Nope. I was thinking the same thing. And that I always have trouble with. I don't know whether I should go to the rail and come back out and still end up on the wrong angle or try to land perfectly where I think I need to be.
It always depends on how full you are, but from that angle, I do think the two rail. Otherwise, just what happened is just so tough to hit the right speed. You just got to make sure you get out of the way. But I used to try to go one. The reason I say it is not like, oh, that was stupid. It's like I've fought it. I've done that a million times. That's all.
But
Right.
I'm still shooting.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what's important.
Yeah, just keep going.
call the 10 ball in the corner.
Hey-oh.
15. Oh, come out of the corner. Oh well, I'm still shooting.
Right.
Considering what I had to do to get out of that rack.
That's right. That's right.
I'm still shooting.
That's right.
Is that like a kick 4-ball combination? Alright. Question becomes, what do I want to try to do with this guy? Or do I just want to try to cross bank the corner ball, which is one of my favorite shots to do? I think I'll try the 4 on the side. And how do you overcut it? Oh man!
Hey, 28. Good shooting, Chris.
Thank you.
Good shooting. I think that it would be best if we played against each other. I think that it would put more pressure on us.
I'm down for one-on-one.
And I think that would make us play better for the crowd. Don't you?
I'm down for some one-on-one
I'm
there.
gonna wash my hands and I'll be ready.
All right, folks. Let's see. Because we're going to do an actual straight pull game, let me try to. In the meantime, I think I can. Let me check something. Give me just a second. There we go. And check one more thing. Because it's a little difficult to just hear a voice. You don't have a face. All right. So I think what I'm going to attempt to do here. Let's do this. I'm going to, real quick, yep.
Good. Let's do it, man. I haven't really played anybody straight pull for a long time. It's fun. I just think it helps, man. I have a trouble. It's funny, man. You think that, with a bunch of people, putting it on YouTube, you think it would add a bunch of pressure and you'd be like super hogged out, but it's just hard, man, to, not to say sometimes pressure makes you play bad, but it always makes it more fun.
Well, what I'm doing real quick is I'm going to add a scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, that's
for
good.
us.
That's a good plan.
Actually, I didn't realize that. Okay, the score needs to go there. Okay, so another one. Actually, before I forget, so I think regardless, for the viewers, regardless of who starts, like who breaks, my score is going to be on the bottom left, and Demetrius' score is going to be on the bottom right.
All right, go bottom right.
Let's see here. I think I don't know if there's a way for me to make these the same size. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Let's go back to this. There we go. Okay, so with that in mind, let me turn this back off. And let me make sure this works. So there's the score going up. And there's my score going up. Okay. Did not like the way this looked here.
One of my favorite, I'll tell a stupid story while we're waiting. One of my favorite moments, my daughter used to play pool, and one of my favorite moments in her little 3-year pool career was she was playing some APA tournament in Omaha. Was it Omaha? I forget. Anyway, before her match, the other kid wanted to take the table, and he got up and he was laying the ball. He laid like about 30 times. He got down and laid 30 times. And he's like, and then he's like, he says to my daughter, he's like, do you want to hit me? She's like, no, I'm okay. So then they lay for break, and she sticks it on the rail, and he's like a time and a half off. It was like one of the funniest things ever. Just those little moments. All right, hey, to 150, right?
Yeah, 150.
All right,
Let's do it.
Oh, I weaked it.
Did I actually win a lag? No.
I thought I weaked it, but I guess...
Oh, yours is perfect.
Jeez!
All right. I guess I'm breaking.
I thought I hit it weak. I guess my speed's off. I thought I hit it bad.
All right, place your bets, folks. As Demi got me yesterday in our race to 3 and 10 ball. Will I be able to sneak one out here in a straight pool?
I'm just kidding. But maybe. Pressure's out all of a sudden. Sheesh.
Nice shot.
Oh no.
Okay.
First blood. I got you now.
2, that's 7. That gives me 8.
With 7.
Shot. Okay. After the first rack, I'm sitting at 8. Demetrius, you're at 6.
Whew. Once again, I find myself stuck. I've made bigger comebacks, Chris. Once I was down by 3 points. All right. I don't know, man.
Shot. All right. Oh. Let's try the 3. Actually, let's try the 7. Let's try the 15. Sheesh. Oh, come on! Ugh. Let's see. I'll just count yours and then make up the difference.
Well, 3, 4, 5. What did I make? I only made 1, so 6. So you got 9. I think you just got 9, right?
We'll see. All right, so I think that puts you at 11, and that means that's going to put me at 17. shot. Shot.
you want, is that 11 in the rack, or if you can, is it outside the rack because it's not touching the line?
If any part of it's not over the line, then it's outside the rack.
Okay.
You'll know when
Okay.
when you actually rack to.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to confirm.
Ooh.
Tough action there.
Oh yeah, that's definitely out of the rack.
Well, now that you're at the table.
Right, so 2418, yep. That equals 42. Okay. Man. Shocked. That puts you at 38 and me 18. All because I missed the break ball. All right. Let's see here.
Again, I keep hitting that ball thick. I'm getting tilted.
Seriously, man, it's just driving me nuts. All right.
So that can't be right. After 56 would be what? 70? So you should be at 50. So I just made 2 points.
Well,
They didn't leave you much. What a shot. shot. Currently on a 28-ball run.
What's the score?
My 20 to your 78.
70. Yeah, I thought it was. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. One time beat that damn corner.
Nice.
Better than scratching. That much. Whew. All right. Oh no, not again. I didn't think I was going to go through.
Alright, so that's a point that doesn't even count. But you lose a point, yes?
Yeah.
Alright, so that's going to make our scores look a little odd then.
Yeah, well, that's normal. All right, that's spotted the 13. You got
Alright, let's see here. Called 4. All right, so make sure I get this right. Yes. Shot. Shot.
Oh.
Alright, so I think this is right. I'm currently sitting at 27 and you're at 98. This is no longer in increments of 14 because we do have one foul.
Don't remind me.
Whew. Shot.
Oh man, I had the 212. I just can't freeze the ball. Well, can't get that. Get the break, I guess.
Okay. Safe. Gave you the one. I wanted to freeze you on this. No, I didn't. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sure. Oh man. Let's see. Hang on a second, Demetrius.
All right.
Gotta do something else real quick. That's gonna be. That was 101. Okay, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think what was Why did I just make that 4? 4? That's frustrating too. I do that a lot. Miss the break ball.
That's, you know why?
Huh?
You know why?
Why?
Because you play pool. You play straight pool. It's part of the game. Everybody, it's a tough game. All right. I mean, I'll hit him. Oh, man. Really done. Okay. Go ahead.
You're dogging it.
Well, I mean, it goes back. We can both dog it. There's no rule against that.
right. I'll take the roll.
If that had wedged, that would have been the worst roll. Straight roll. Great job. Good shot. Good shot.
How many was that?
Ooh.
You have 110. I have 32. Before I add, that's 142, which should be what by now? Because I don't remember either. Anybody know what score I should have? Or how many did I run there? Because what would be, yeah, 98, 112, 128.
Well, 132, I mean, 142, I mean, it should be 156 now. So
156, but we have 2 fouls, so it'd be 150.
No, I was saying if you add 14 to our previous record. Or did you already mark the points on my points when I made a few? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So yeah, so normally it would be 140 would be 10 racks. So it'd be 138 with the 2 fouls. 138.
Right.
And so and then 152.
152,
It's
so
142, so you got 10.
I got 10.
That seems right. Okay.
How about let's not miss a break ball? Shot?
Oh, now you want a shot.
Yeah, right? Can I have my cake and eat it too? Like, jeez. Guess not.
Your shot.
in the rack, so you're going up here. My first rack ran.
That's spotted a little low.
Huh?
You spotted it a little low.
I think so. I think so. I actually had a reinforcement label down there at one point. Oh, thank you. Almost feel aggressive to do this. That's what I'm looking at. That is exactly what I'm looking at.
I thought you were looking at. Plus the 6 could bake and time it in. It's like, how does it miss?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. Is calling the one. I'm just gonna.
It's dead.
It's dead.
Oh, that was really a good shot. A lot was going on in this shot.
Now what?
Now draw off the 7 and back to the 6.
All right, I think I'm gonna call the 7. I'm still in aggressive mode. Oh. That was still fun. What did I make on that one?
2. Yeah.
Did you think about shooting that dead ball in the set?
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
No.
Ooh. One.
Hey. We got that on camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Bounce up the side. At least they have that. Ooh, I got the Christmas combo.
here. So that should be better. And this one. That. All right. How many did you make?
3.
I already added it to this. Okay, no, we're fine. How many is that?
Must have been, and you made a break ball. No, you got a total of 11 this pack. You made a break ball, and then you made 1 more. So you made 2, and you made 3, so you just made 9 more.
So what I'll do is that. All right. So Should have been 14, right? Sure. I'm using another program to try to keep score with this. I'm finding little bugs that I need to fix. So this is at least good for future streams. Thank you. Actually trying to do what you said about just not really put too much thought into it and kind of just flow with it. If the score's right, I'm starting to catch up. All right. Thank you. Ah, come on! I think I did. That was the right play.
Good, man. 3, 6,
4.
9, 10, 11, 4 is 41. Shooting, Chris.
Thank you. bump into those and move them a little and keep the 2 ball. So 2, 4, 6, 13, 14, 15. To year 121. Shot. Get awfully close to it. Oh, I thought it was gonna fall.
Yeah, I had a chance, but I hit it.
All right, I actually like that as a better break ball though. Let's see if I can. For this guy. Come on, did I get it? Did I get it? Maybe not.
Draw off the head ball into it. That will open them up.
All right, you're 134 to my 102. All right. What? Oh well. Do this. Safe. Go. Oh, jeez. All right. Shot.
Yeah, a little bit further. That's okay. I'm getting close. Close.
Yep, you only need 3 points. I would not object if you give me one more chance.
Well, maybe I was playing for a bad break ball, so I only chipped 3 open.
I'm gonna make the 9,
The 5, the 1, and the 11 ball.
2 more. Game-winning point.
This one?
Yep.
oh wow.
And
Yeah!
there it is.
Gosh, sorry, yeah. Hang on, let me just at least touch this.
Secondary break. Shot on the 8.
Wiggle around. 6 balls. Just in case.
Too good. Too good.
Yeah, yeah. Freewheel a little bit. So,
Yeah. Come on, 12 ball.
So I think you're That's a run of 29 so far.
Perfect. It's getting a little thin, though. Getting a little thin on what we refer to in the pool industry as shots. Go around the world or something. Nothing goes.
Nice shot.
Goes to one. Maybe this thin, though. Open up. Maybe if I yell at him. Oh boy. Yes. Yep, I got the deuce. Quack, quack. And maybe deuce is harder. I can reach the 9. Yeah, just. That's all I want my run to end. Little love. Well, the 9's serviceable, I suppose, but what if?
Nice break ball.
All right, 14 reels for position. Yeah, it's a little weak. But it went.
Oh, good shot.
That's like the one you had one like that too. I didn't think it was going to go, and then it did. I didn't think that ball was going.
Make sure I'm doing this right, because you ran 13 to get on your final rack, and then you ran 3 to end our match. That puts you at 17 at that, or 16 at that point in time, but then you haven't missed. So 27 plus 14. Yeah, you're currently on a 41 ball run. Give him something.
Cross side 8 ball at least. At least I got the 8 cross side, if nothing else. But I think this combo looks better.
shot. Wow.
Twist it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, man. Why? Is it necessary? Is that necessary? Oops. I don't know, man. This is not. I don't love this. Maybe I should have twisted that 14. What? I don't want to open. Really? I just can't seem to get these things. Wait a second.
That's 50.
Ooh. Well, in that case. Perfect. Too thin. All right. A lot going on this shot. Let's see. I can't make the 4. I'm just going to cinch it.
Well, okay, if I've been keeping track correctly, I'm currently on a 55 ball run.
Right. I guess I just needed the pressure off me. Maybe I was wrong about the pressure. Maybe that was the old Demetrius when I was a kid. Maybe nowadays I need a quiet cup of coffee and a newspaper. Well, I got one shot out of it.
one shot only. All right. This could be dicey. Man. Oh, I just can't even see a way for these to give me another shot if I smash them. That 11 ball is just a killer. But I don't see anything else. Two of the corner. maybe the four. Four ball's better. Jeez. Yes. Make the 8 ball from here. Yeah, we'll just pretend it goes.
Shot.
Round shots. I've been doing this for 3 days, 2 days. Oh, that's not the plan. Oops. Straight. Okay. Just happy that shot's behind me. To be perfectly honest. Well, that was a bummer. I really did that wrong. Just wish it in. Is it wishing allowed?
Beautiful shot.
Thank you. All right. I hate the 10 as a break. It's dead frozen. But man, I got no better idea. All right. So
If I have this correct, you're currently sitting at 68. Definitely go back and rewatch just to verify too.
yeah, might be staying at 68. This is not ideal.
Good shot.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, that didn't work. This is not quite close enough to throw it in. That's a bummer, man. Maybe I should have taken that ball up in the corner, but I'm not eliminated yet. As you like to say, I'm still at the table.
Exactly. You're still shooting.
Nine to the side. Pretty tough. That's too tough. Combo is no. Is it? Man, it's. That's pretty. Hang on a second. What if I really willed it in? No, it's going for the tip, and there's that gap where the cut cancels the throw. I'd have to feather it. Two would be coming this way. Touch it right. Boy. Ooh, I almost. No, I just don't feel it. Man, this is not that tough. That 9 at the side's also undoable. And the other side is no better. I just wanted to get on that 12-1 in the worst way. Oh, maybe I got your shot, Chris. I just saw it. Oh, 4 ball. Out of the 4 in the corner. I got a ghost off the 6.
Oh, okay.
I got you. It's pretty tough. I mean, it's not land ideal, but it's a shot. I want to see if I can make it now. Hard to aim these.
Oh, so close, so close. That was a 70 ball run, I think.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness.
So I did 71 this morning, and then another 70. Okay, that's cool. I did, So let's, my thoughts on this match for anybody watching. That's cool, man. That's how it works. Like, people, I've actually did a whole podcast on it where I was talking about the impact of social media. And so between social media and then access to watching all the elite players like Matchroom and, all the top players in the world, people have kind of a cartoonish idea of what pools should look like, where it's like everyone should play like Federer Forrest or Jason Shaw, and then social media ties into that because then everybody they kind of, there's a lot of like image management when it comes to people what they put on Facebook. So if you scroll through Facebook, like I'll just tell you this, when I go through like the Facebook posts and people showing themselves running whatever people post. According to what I see, every one of these guys can torture. Like every one of these guys is professional. That's all you ever see is clips of like 4-packs against a 10-ball ghost, and here's a this and here's a that, And so it's so cartoonish that people just think, well, that's what pool should look like, and that's the standard, and anything less than that is just pretty garbage. But like really, this game we played, that's pool.
Right.
Like there's a time when you're missing break balls and selling out some shots and kind of hiccuping a little bit, and then I kind of got into a little flow where. Flow doesn't mean I'm going to run 200 balls. Flow just means that I was melting through racks pretty well and, putting a couple racks together and, 20, 30, whatever, racking up some balls. And then you kind of got into some flow, and then you kind of got some momentum going. And so then you started putting up some numbers. And so there was some, and then there's some hiccups and some blunders, but then there's also some good play. And just because it doesn't add up to 200 ball runs, like that's how straight pool matches really work in the real world. And even I remember Steve Miserek in his book on pool talked about that. He's like, he was talking about how you really don't need, it's not like you need to run hundreds, even in the pros. Like I know everyone thinks so because it's like, oh, this guy ran 100 an hour and he hit him with 150, and you see these guys doing these exhibition runs, and of course they're going to peel off some big runs. But if you actually go to a straight pool tournament, like if you just go to a straight pool tournament and you're watching guys that are like John Mora and, or Chris Melling, it's like they might run 100, but they might also have a game where the high run is 37. Right. You know what I mean? It's like that's actually how it works.
Right.
There's a lot of difficulty in this game, and it's tough when you're playing players. And so anyway, I'm not at all ashamed of how I played. I'm not at all disappointed in how it went. Like I just want people to know that's real pool. Like that's how real pool works. And I mean, of course, there's levels beyond me. That's not what I'm saying beyond you, but like that's like this game we played was. I feel that's a normal game. Don't you think?
I would think so. I mean, because I've been at this for now, like I said, for over a year, and I was happy when I started getting that. I think I was at least like a 2.5 rack run.
Yeah.
And most of the viewers, or some of the viewers that are also YouTubers, can understand the aspect of playing, versus let's turn off the camera and we could probably do a little bit better. Kind of thing. But the question is going to be is at some point in time, would you yourself, with all your hard work that you put into it, because I don't think I would ever do it to where you become cartoonish, like you said. Because once I run 100 balls, I don't know if I'm going to go for 150. I don't know if I'm going to go for 200. I certainly want to be able to get to that 100. And then I don't know what to do from there. So because some of the shots that I missed, Demetrius and I talked about this before, the biggest thing that usually just ends my runs is missing shots where, technically speaking, I feel like I actually should have like a 90+% chance of actually making them. And then y'all at least got to see live, there's a bunch of times where I'm on the break ball and I just missed the break ball. And the funny part is, take away the rack and just let me shoot the shot, I'm going to make the shot. Put the rack there and try to have to break the rack open and keep the run, the run going, and that extra variable usually causes me to miss.
I'll tell you what, we've been playing Scotch for 2 days now. I have not noticed any kind of deficiency with break balls. I mean, in this particular game, there was 2 break balls missed, sure, but again, that's going to happen if you play straight pool. But there's also, I would say that of all the pool we've played in the last 2 days, say you've shot 20 break balls, you've probably made 17 of them, which, again, could it be 18? Sure, but if
I don't know, man. It wasn't 12. It wasn't 8. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not like every time you're on the break ball. And actually, when you were behind on the score, you were charging back. You made a bunch of good break balls where the balls were, a ways out, and you're back here and having to shoot it. So you actually made some tougher ones too. So I don't really feel that that's it. I think we talked about it, and what Chris and I kind of talked about for our strategy today, as far as Scotch doubles, and even when I was playing and Chris was playing. I feel that on this table, most of our runs were ending. If we were playing bad, our runs could end for any reason. But when we were playing good, our runs were ending because we weren't getting good break balls. And so what happens, and I was telling Chris, I've played this game a lot. When you have a bad break ball, like, whatever, it's like you get a bad break ball, like where, like the one with the balls in the spot, you got to go 2 rails into it. Even if you hit the rack and open it up, first you got to hit the rack, you got to get something to open up, get the cue ball loose, come up with a shot. But even if you do, there's like 2 open balls, and then you got to like try to figure out another trick shot. And what ends up happening is probably not going to get a shot after the break. If you do, you're probably not going to get another one. And then if you do, you're probably not going to get to the rack. But even if you do, it's so hard to get through that rack that by the time you're done with that rack, even best case scenario, you get through that rack, you don't really get to start thinking about what's my break ball and what's my last 3 layout until you got the rack open.
Right.
And so if you never get the rack open and you're fighting shot at a time to try to get one more ball, open one more up, how am I going to get another 2 balls? Then you never even get to think about the break ball. So that means a bad break ball either leads to an end run, a run end because you don't hit the break, you don't get a shot, or it can just be you somehow manage your way through the rack, but then you don't get you don't have any good break ball for the next rack, and then that leads to another bad break ball. So bad break balls end up leading to bad break balls. Good break balls, where you can actually open up the rack, have only a few problems to deal with, have a bunch of options and ways to move stuff around. You can solve the problems early in the rack so that you can then devote most of your attention to maneuvering, creating a break ball, and then saving some good key balls, and then actually giving yourself so good break balls lead to good break balls. And I felt that when we were playing, we were not getting good break balls, and if we were, sometimes we were bumping into them. Right. Sometimes we were wrecking our key balls. Sometimes we and I just told Chris, I said, and that's not that you didn't know this, but this is what we were discussing. I'm like, the game when we're playing straight pool is going to come down to really, first of all, we start with a good break ball, but solving the problems of the rack quickly and then making a real priority to carve out a good break ball. And if we have to maneuver and move and bump balls, and then we need to take that seriously. And if we do have a break ball, we really need to take the angles that we get to get, just a couple inches. We were fighting for a couple inches, and just the priority of our runs was kind of coming down to whether or not we were fighting for a couple inches to either flick a good break ball out or preserve a good key ball or not bump it. And so even little things like we were talking about earlier about, how to best maneuver, there's certain times when, like try to make a break ball. So like, here's an example of like a stupid attempt at manufacturing a break ball. Would be trying to make this 11 and stun into half the 4 to try to cut the 4 to here. It's like, yeah, good luck with that. It's a stun maneuver. You'd have to chip the 4 just right. It's very unlikely. But if you have a maneuver that's where the ball's more like this and you've got a shot like this, like we talked about, now these are the ones where getting here is not okay. Getting here, fighting for the 2 inches here and then fighting for taking this stuff real seriously. People don't realize, they're like, oh, it'd be nice to bump it. But it's like, no, you got to understand, like, whether or not you get that break ball here or not might be your run. And that your runs are coming down to those little maneuvers. And you can't look at them as, like, optional or fancy. It's like, no, that's kind of, we need that, So anyway, so we talked about it, and we made it a priority. And we had multiple 30-ball runs this morning over, when we were playing Scotch doubles. And even though the runs weren't totally huge numbers, they were flowing way better than yesterday.
Yeah, so anyway, I would agree with that.
I share that just in case anybody takes anything away from that. That's kind of what we were working on. And then when we were running balls today, and like I said, I didn't do any hundreds, but I got 270s today, and you got some good runs. You had better runs today than yesterday, and I think I did too. And I think that we were both getting better break balls, and then getting on them better, and it was looking more like straight pool today than.
I would agree with that. Let's see here. I did hear something, so I definitely want to be able to highlight this. And so Ashton Lyons, I want to thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He says he 100% agrees that let's turn the camera off and see how well we actually play when we don't have an audience.
Every time I turn the camera off, I run 200. So
right. Let's see here. I don't think there's actually an answer for this, but we'll go ahead and highlight it anyway. This is from Ashton also. He wants to know, what is the best thing or drill to do to get all around better at pool? My answer is going to be practice. Like, I mean...
So, I said this yesterday too. Best drill depends on your level of play. So, I believe that there's like a order of, kind of like, when they teach math at school. It's like first you learn to count, then you learn to add, then you learn to multiply, then you learn fractions. It's like, what's the best... what's the best flashcard deck to work on my math? It's like, well, it depends. What grade are you in, So I can tell you what the best drills are for each grade, but that would be a long answer. So it's like, I just think it depends on your skill level.
Yeah, because ultimately you would want to say, well, if you can assess what is your current weakest skill, then you would want to practice that skill.
But people don't, people might not know. I think that it's just they might not understand the path though. That's where coaching helps. And that's in the you do some coaching as well. And you've done a lot of coaching with your video reviews, but that's where customized, like your content is amazing as far as if somebody wants to go online and like what's cool about what you do is if they're having trouble with a certain thing, like whether it's bank shots or kick shots or combinations or whatever, or breaking, they can go on your channel and find that help. But if they're just like, I don't know what I need to work on, it's a little, how do they sort through all those videos? That's where if they send you a video review, then you can look at it and say, hey, based on your skills, here's some things you should work on. And I think that's where the personalized coaching really helps.
Yeah, and I've thought about bringing that back. I haven't reviewed a pool player's video in such a long time. I get plenty of requests to do it again.
My only thing is, I think it would be more fun. This is just me. I like reviewing 9-ball, or even if it's not 9-ball ghost, for whatever level they're at, 6-ball ghost, 5-ball ghost, 9-ball ghost, whatever. I really like reviewing rotation racks. I feel like if I watch somebody play 8-ball for half an hour, I could watch them play 3 racks of 9-ball and learn more. That's how I feel, because I feel that there's an 8-ball. There's so many ways. Now, of course, anyway, I just feel like there's so many different choices people have in 8-ball, and they can work around so many different challenges by just kind of picking certain orders and kind of working around stuff. So you might not always see what skills that they've developed and which ones they're underdeveloped, because they can work around some of the skills that they haven't developed. 9-ball exposes all. So I think if you ever wanted to do a series on 9-ball, I'd be willing to jump in with you.
Then that's something I might be able to consider then, because all the reviews I've done before have all been on 8-ball,
maybe
primarily.
So
like that's something I can certainly think about. Now,
sorry.
No, because this has been great, but I think this is pretty much where we're going to end things for today. Now we have one more day left, but we're also kind of busy tomorrow at the same time. I don't know when exactly we might be able to do another live stream. We're going to try to fit one more in. It could be either a much shorter one, or it's going to be a really much later in the evening, and I don't know if that would be optimal, because if you have a family, you're going to want to go to sleep so you can wake up the next morning and actually enjoy Christmas.
Yeah, I'm staying up for Santa tomorrow night.
Right? But we'll eventually figure that out. We'll do at least we'll try to at least squeeze in one more day of content and figure out what we can do. So with that being said, thanks everybody for being here with us tonight. And if you haven't done so already, please give the stream a thumbs up. If you're on Facebook, follow my Facebook page, Low Chris Pool Player. And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And then afterwards, I'll be adding Demetrius's social media information in both of the descriptions on YouTube and Facebook. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.